And now we can make a correct decision if we are physically trained and if we follow the right diet. And this should be done on a daily basis
для хорошего здоровья и спортивного долголетия.
To ensure good health and to ensure good and long career, because nutrition actually affects your sporting results. That's actually the fuel that we use during the games. And we need to talk about pre-game preparation and post-game preparation, of course.
В разделе по методике судейства главных судей приведены основные моменты, связанные с выполнением методики и техники судейства для соответствия главных судей. Основательные изучения методики и техники судейства и постоянное желание применять их на практике позитивно отразятся на уровне игрового судьи и позволят вам качественно проводить игры любого. Действия линейных судей играют также важную роль в проведении матчей. Внимательные, энергичные, хорошо технически подготовленные линейные судьи являются гарантом квалифицированного проведения матча.
Responsible for ensuring a good game.
Это был, на самом деле, первый раздел, который мы выпустили, и он, можно сказать, послужил катализатором создания программы подготовки судей. Здесь представлены упражнения, относящиеся как к сдаче официальных нормативов, относящиеся к технике и методике судейства.
They're all about methodology of refereeing.
Региональным коллегиям
So regional panels or boards of referees are not always provided with sufficient ice for training. For training of referees, so that's why trainings must be carried out with the maximum efficiency, especially when it comes to initial stages of refereeing careers, because professional careers of professional leagues, they have enough experience and load to deal with it. They have game experience and game practice, but referees who work in kids and teenagers competitions, they mostly work on Sundays, on Saturdays, on weekend, and the rest of the week they don't have any ice practice.
So
when we're talking about refereeing system, we mean the number of referees on ice, their requirements, the methodology of their positioning during the hockey game. And the goal of any system, of any refereeing system, is to create favorable conditions for hockey players who have a high mastery and speed, so they can show it during the game. They need to create safe conditions of the ice hockey game to reduce the number of injuries and to ensure competition for a fair identification of the winner of a game. All these steps should provide better quality of the game and should actually increase the attendance of hockey games. The number of referees from 1 to 4, and the system of refereeing depends on the level of competitions. It is important to remember that the referee system can change over the game. For example, if one referee is injured, the rest of referees should be ready to step in and to introduce some corrections into the game and the way they referee that particular game. Both referees and linesmen should understand how the puck can get into the attacking zone, and they also need to identify correctly offsides and what criteria are used for icing or for canceling the icing. Another very important thing is match inspection, and one of match inspectors' responsibility is to give the equal conditions for all referees so they can unleash their refereeing potential. Referees should understand that inspectors at the match, at the game, are there to help them, and they are a very important part of the referee's roster. A referee should consider inspectors as a person who can give them answers. If they don't have these answers in their minds, they can actually find some new information while talking to inspectors and improve the quality of their referees. Another section is on measurement of goalie equipment. You can check our video, our educational video, how to correctly measure goalie equipment, because if you don't do it correctly, this may lead to the incorrect penalty, and this actually can impact the final result of the game. So goalie is 50% of the team, and if, for example, we see that goaltenders use illegal equipment, they get illegal benefits, which can actually impact significantly the result of the game. A goalie should be protected, of course, by equipment, but it shouldn't be bigger than it is required to ensure security and safe play. And of course, we can't go anywhere without psychology, because referees should work on themselves. They need to get new knowledge, they need to practice, they need to practice self-control, they need to understand that there isn't enough knowledge. They shouldn't be afraid of criticism from colleagues, from their coaches. They need to understand that psychological preparation is a very important part of referees' training. And that's it from my side. Thank you very much, Vladimir. Over to you. Thank you, Mr. Karpushin. I'm pretty sure that there will be some questions from our audience, but first I would like to ask you a question. So you mentioned physical and psychological aspects, and there was a phrase that requirements are getting stricter. And first of all, from the audience, from the TV audience, we have cameras and so on and so forth. Do you believe that a hockey referee changed in the psychological point of view, how they react to criticism? Because any referees face criticism, because not teams do not lose. They lose because there are bad referees and bad commentators. Well, actually, that's a good question, Vladimir. And the referee appeared in sports because there were two teams or two people competing against each other. Then they just stopped to interpret episodes the same way, like, is there an out or not? Then they just decided to involve the third person, and of course that third person, that third party is to blame if someone loses. Of course referees are changing, they work with themselves, they improve themselves. There is a lot of research work behind it. We work a lot with the referees in terms of psychological preparation to make their lives easier, so they can better analyze their performance, so they don't focus on just mistakes or on criticism from mass media, from audience. So I think that the psychological preparation changed significantly. So you also mentioned physical preparation and nutrition, how to check that referees after the game eat the right food? Is there like a body to control referees, or we just delegate all these things to referees and they take that responsibility? Well, we don't have a body to control referees, but they should understand that if they don't eat right food and if they don't recover well, we will see it, we will understand it during next games or the next day, and we will apply sanctions to such referees. Well, how frequently referees should have ice practice when they don't have referees work, because some people can be promoted, some people remain in the same league. So is there a problem of the lack of ice practice? So you mentioned this topic, but very briefly. Of course, I believe that ice practice is a very important part of referees' preparation, and there is a problem of ice, of time on ice. I know that there are some referees who can afford more ice. They build up a team and they rent an ice rink, and the practice shows that even 28th, 29th or 30th team of referees, they have some time of rest after the season, so they have this resting time, and then they start the preseason preparation. If they don't have enough time on ice, how they compensate it? Well, that's a good question. You can compensate it with your will to work, to carry on, and with any other qualities. So we mentioned other qualities, psychology and self-control, how to practice self-control so you don't get depressed, because psychology is a very tricky thing. So in any process, in any qualities or features, there should be a limit that you shouldn't overpass, and especially it comes to the physical preparation, because if a referee becomes a bodybuilder, how he will skate. So there should be always a balance. I absolutely agree with you, dear friends. Are there any questions from the audience? So the interpretation is not possible at the moment because the microphone is not used. So I just wanted to add a few things. So how to help inspections or mentorship, because an observer or an inspector is like an elder brother who can give you an advice how to react, how to behave. It's like a helper. So the question about ice, yes, sometimes they don't have enough ice practice, but we have other physical exercises that help you to stay in a good shape. Any other questions? Titov Sergey, chair of the All-Russian Board of Referees, volleyball, international category referee. So we have a lot of questions. It's very interesting to listen to our colleagues, but first, in your structure of referees, are there any international category referees, and how many of them? At what level do they work in Europe, worldwide? So I'm talking about general practice, not right now, because now we are in a very challenging situation. And second question is, are there any specific criteria on physical shape, like, for example, in volleyball, we are measuring the body mass index or something like that?
Well, of course, when we speak about youth sports referees, allow me to answer with the second question. We have minimal requirements with the fitness preparation. We have ICE norms, physical norms. We have theoretical sessions, theoretical exams. If we speak about professional leagues, we have higher requirements there, including the BMI requirement and all kinds of requirements that might exist. As for the international competition, it's not a secret to anyone from the ice hockey family that our referees, they were always recognized and well respected at the international level, at the IIHF, and under the circumstances where we were cooperating with them. Almost all the finals where the Russian national team did not play was officiated by the Russian referees. As for the numbers, it's some 47, 50 referees with the international license. Even nowadays, because it's a requirement of the IIHF, all the games of a national team must be officiated by the referees with the international license, even under the current circumstances. Thank you. But you did not respond to the main question. What's with the abdominal circumference with the ice hockey reference? It's becoming smaller and smaller with each year. I just wanted to say it's very strict. It's 102 in our sports for males and 88 for females, and BMI not more than 33. Why 102? Because it's an international, even medical thing. If there is a graph of the correlation between the heart attack risks and the circumference, and then after 102, this risk is becoming higher. So we are trying to adhere to that. And when we see 103, we are trying to fix this, and BMI is 30. Not more. It's not allowed more, but that's what we do. Probably you have some other criteria. Thank you.
Да, пожалуйста.
Yes, please. Good afternoon, Evgeny Turbin, football referee. Could you please say how do you move on from the amateur refereeing to professional refereeing? Is there a mechanism in this regard? It's more, it goes vice versa from professional to amateur sport. We transfer after some wrong decisions, let's put it this way. When referee is transferred to the youth competitions, he is appointed to local competitions, to regional competitions, and then step by step he continues to officiate. Then he's recommended for higher level competitions that is run by the Russian Ice Hockey Federation. And as a result of this performance, this referee can be selected for professional leagues. And then, step by step, gradually. But there are special tournaments, like for selection of the referees. Yes, for the most, that's how it works. Sometimes well, let's put it the way some exceptions. We might have some talents that can skip some steps or some leagues, and sometimes we have situations where a linesman decided to become a referee, and obviously he would not start from the bottom. He would start from some step higher than that, working as a referee. Thank you. Any other questions?
Алексей Ильич, микрофон, потому что плохо слышно.
Я просто хотел с Михаилом Михайловичем полностью согласиться.
I would like to agree and to comment on my colleague's presentation. We've got an advantage in comparison with other sports because we have people who are well trained in skating. In other sports, you can just learn the rules. For example, football referee, you might have a certain fitness, but you are not using skates when you run on a grass. So usually we have people who graduated from the ice hockey youth schools, and it's a great advantage to us. So we only need to teach them the knowledge. We do not have to teach them skating, how to perform on ice. I guess that's one advantage that we have. People who come to us, they already have some fundamental thing. They know about rules, they know about ice hockey, and then you just fine-tune this, you just work with them, that's for sure. Yes, thank you. We have ice skates, volleyball players, they have the abdominal circumference, football referees probably have something else. We have more questions? No, we don't. Then thank you, Mr. Karpushin. We have a very friendly atmosphere, great presentation, great questions, and we continue. And the next topic that we are going to discuss is the individual values of a referee as a determining factor of professional growth. And our next speaker, the head referee of the Continental Hockey League, vice president of KHL, and the board member of the Russian Ice Hockey Federation, Mr. Anisimov. Please, the floor is yours. I guess I will be standing closer to Vladimir to feel comfortable. Well, I don't want to sit down. Well, I guess I'd rather stand somewhere there. I feel better here. Colleagues, it's a pleasure to see you all here. And in brief, I would like to make it interactive to read this report, to speak more about professional things. So we will launch the presentation now. I would like to speak about the personal values of a referee, and I would like to explain to you why it could be seen as a determining factor of their professional growth. A small preamble for you. In professional leagues, we have a rating of referees, and any referee, after a certain stage, he becomes a professional referee in professional competitions. And there is an important factor, his personal values for his professional growth, for the growth inside those professional leagues. We have 4 professional leagues, and as soon as a referee officiates these games, he is perceived in a different way. We start to work with such a referee, and then it depends on his or her personal values, on the way they upgraded their professional growth depends on it, and it's an important part of a professional growth. Why do I speak about this? Because some people reach this level, some referees do not reach this level, and some kids who are not at this level yet, they dream about working in the professional leagues, of reaching the highest level, the highest horizons. And those who want to learn, they continue to grow professionally. It never happens like that, that a referee does not invest into his professional qualities, does not learn. It is impossible to achieve something if you are not able to learn. An important thing is the initial selection. As soon as referees, once again, I'm going to repeat myself a lot. Vladimir, I'm sorry, I hope you are not going to judge me harshly. I will only have some questions for you. No questions, thank you. Let's just talk, let's just speak to each other. Otherwise, I will have a lot of questions for you during the break time. So, the selection, it is an important factor. When a professional referee is about to become a professional, it's the selection process, because we then start to work with such a referee, to fine-tune this referee, and then it is important to see what criteria to use to select such referees. And then we move on to the teaching process, to teach them those things that all the professional leagues would require from such a referee. If we speak about the KHL, probably not everyone is aware of that. I need to explain this part. I guess we have youth ice hockey. From the youth ice hockey referee then moves on to professional hockey leagues, the higher hockey league, and then the most talented, the best of the referees, they are approaching the Continental Hockey League, and then they are reaching the highest level of our professional sport. I'm speaking about refereeing. And we had a moment when we started to select kids, and we understood that the number of kids who decided to join our profession, we have enough of them, so we need to look at some other aspects, mentality or psychology. There is special preparation and conditioning, fitness preparation that is also an important factor. Why? Because refereeing is also team sports of sorts, and it is important to be able to work in a team. It is essential, because if a person If you look at this slide here, there is always a certain degree of personal responsibility. And in team sports, especially when you work now in a team of 4 on the ice, you can have great preparation mentally, physically, but if you're not a team player, if you do not understand that there is also a team responsibility, you will never reach a higher level, because our sports, it will just drop such people, because only people with great personal traits, with great professional skills, only those who are able to work in a team, they will continue to grow. They will continue to grow from the career standpoint. And it starts in everyday life, not only on the ice. And all these small things, all these details, even if the referee does not understand that, is not aware of that, you can see it from when you're looking from the outside. And the personal traits, in one way or another, we can use a benchmark to measure these traits and to see these traits, because there are a lot of tasks that can be performed, and it's a gradual thing. When a person reaches the highest level, the KHL, then he already has a certain background, a vast background. All the managers, all the people in the teams, they know what to expect from such a referee, and they must understand the individual responsibility, team responsibility. Only those people who went through that, they understand that, because they are growing every time when they are transferred to a higher level. And when we speak about the personal traits, we also speak about them being able to handle the higher level managers when they communicate with the club owners, with the leaders of the refereeing department, so on and so forth. And then all these factors taken together allows such a referee to grow, to continue to develop. Only when the referee understands then there is a team responsibility, when the referee understands the personal traits he needs to improve, when we describe it, we say about looking inside yourself, only then a referee is able to grow from the professional standpoint. An advantage of an ice hockey professional referee is that these people are really passionate about their jobs, because they went through a lot to get here, and they did not start this job because they want to make money. They are doing that because they love this job, and it is an important factor. And I guess it's the same with our counterparts from other sports. That's something that we really take pride in, because people join us because they love this profession, because they live with it. They want to continue living in hockey, because they can work in hockey until they're 50 when they become a referee. And we are trying to imbibe that, this kind of attitude to this job, to this profession. Vladimir, don't get distracted, because you will ask questions. I'm just writing down things you're saying. Do not get distracted. You do not have my presentation in front of you, so do not get distracted. So everything is simple here. The presentation is written in simple language. It demonstrates what values a referee should develop, should work on. The most interesting thing, these are not the only things that the beginner referee should have, a rookie referee should have. All the referees, professional referees, even in the KHL, they should have these things. These are simple things. That's nothing new. Respect, impartiality, responsibility, and self-discipline. You can add something to that, but these are simple things. This is the foundation, this is the basis that one has to have. I'm speaking about the professional referee, not only a professional referee. Any referee should have that. A rookie referee, or a person who is aspiring to become a referee, who wants to work as a referee in the future, when they understand all these things, when they understand how valuable these things are, then they move on to the team responsibility. When a person starts working within a team, they must understand all these details. They must understand where they should go together, the team. It should not be that 3 referees know what to do and the 4th one does not share this responsibility, respect, and so on and so forth. Because refereeing is a team sport. In football, in hockey, in volleyball, in checkers, it's a team sport. So that's why we always say during the training camp, if there are 23 teams in KHL, the refereeing team is the 24th team of the KHL. Because just let's digress a little bit. I'm not going to give you names. There was a final, great officiating work, minute 58, 1 wrong decision. Linesman, I think in football they call them assistant referees. And assistant is advising, helping with the decision to the main referee, and they understand the responsibility. Okay, the refereeing team did a great job. If they were not prepared for that, if they did not learn about that, 1 wrong decision in our sport could ruin the collective work of all the referees throughout the entire competition, and no one would have remembered how great they were throughout the game. So this is the thing that is being taught from the very first steps in our sports. And the main thing that there should be one uniform approach, consistent approach in decision-making. It is important both for the youth competitions, for the children's competitions, for the professional competitions. So the referees should use the same criteria to make decisions. It should not depend on the level of competition. It should be the same in the KHL, in the youth competitions on Saturdays when the youngest kids are playing. Everything should be uniform. Everything should be the same. So we have one guy from this picture here, so we decided to put him here on this slide. Hopefully it will help them to grow from the career standpoint. So I guess he's being shy, but I don't really believe, I don't really see him as a shy guy. Okay, there are personal traits. Every referee is aware what kind of personal traits they have, and our job as managers, as mentors, is to help them to develop their strong sides and to make their weaker points better, their deficiencies better. Over this time, we have done not upgrades. I don't like this word. We start from very small things, from the referees training camps, and now we already have a profile in every referee in our rating that is available to everyone. A referee has enough psychological tests that they perform. They can speak to a therapist in a private conversation. They can understand what traits must be improved, what they should develop, things they should develop. And at least in our sport, we can see it and we can understand that the strong referees, they use all these tools. And one should not remain idle. One should not stop in their development. They should continue to learn, not only in refereeing, but in more general things, because as soon as a referee stops developing their brain, it's becoming difficult for them. And if they become too focused on one thing, it's also not a good thing. So they should continue to develop personal traits. Anyone, not only a referee, a manager, a referee who works only in the youth competitions, a KHL referee, an observer. It helps for your personal growth. And as practice shows, the top-notch referees in the KHL, I can speak about the KHL mostly, they have really great personal traits, personal skills, and I will reveal you a secret. A lot of tests that they perform, psychological tests, physical tests, which are very interesting, peculiar ones. There are tests that are used with cosmonauts, etc., but we are not going to delve into that. It's a separate thing. So they are up there in all those tests because that's what they do constantly. That's how they live, and it is an important aspect of refereeing. What else is important for referees' development? I decided to build this triangle here. So am I pronouncing it right? Just a little bit from my English lessons. So the first is the general standard on the referees' training that exists, that is being taught to them from the very first steps. The second part is the professionalism that you cannot do without, so with all this abdominal circumference, with heart rate, with the right nutrition, with proper sleep, and so on and so forth. And the third important aspect is the personal traits of a person. You can have a great referee with some bad personal traits, and then the team would just reject such a referee. That's how it has always been, that's how it is now, that's how it will be. Two components, no good personal traits, it will be very hard, no matter what you do. There are no miracles. As long as these three things come together, then there is development, then there is growth. As soon as personal traits, they stop growing, they stop developing, they stop paying attention to that, then the career stops at that. We have certain examples when we helped people, when we try to explain that, well, they have professional skills, and as practice shows, right away it has reflection on professionalism, because when a person that joins a professional sport, they have understanding of the general standards of the referee's preparation, they have a certain degree of professionalism when they reach a higher level, but sometimes it's difficult with their personal traits, and it really hampers their further development, stop them from being a part of an ice hockey family, and then they stop in their development or they start to degrade.
So, and that's a message to professional referees and for beginners, so you need to understand what you need to develop. So, very briefly, I would like to sum up my presentation. And this is not just for professionals and for beginners. Improving your professional individual traits will help you a lot in your professional careers. And those guys who will make it to the professional sport, we will help them developing these traits and improving themselves. But individual traits are required not just for refereeing, for officiating, but you need them in your day-to-day life if you would like to move on. That's it from my side. As far as I can see, there are some questions. Thank you very much, Alexei. It's a very important topic, and as Alexei said, these personal traits help not just to develop yourself professionally, but to adapt to a day-to-day life. It's very important, of course. If you just if you listened to Mr. Anisimov for the first time, they would think that you are kind of a sect, but no, it's a family, a big hockey family, and you mentioned the refereeing vertical that you start from kids tournaments, and then you make it to the professional level. So, but some professional referees do not have that individual traits that will not allow them to develop. So how to identify these traits? If we would like to keep a good prospect referee. So first, at the initial stage, it will be very difficult to identify such traits, because, as I told you, when guys go through the selection, and when they are selected by the professional federations, it's much easier to do. So it's up to our colleagues who work on site. So these can be ex-athletes, veterans of refereeing. They need to identify, they need to know how to see it. Of course, you can miss a person, and we'll definitely do it because we can't see everything. So our goal is to find the right person at the very beginning and then to pull it up to the professional sports, because sometimes we can miss the momentum Because when you make it to the professional sport and you make it to the pool of referees, you know how to develop a referee, you know all these specialties, but the person went through this selection process, and then when a referee... So when we're talking about individual traits, we need to find the right person and to put that person into the professional sport. So how the experience exchange is arranged when top-notch referees share their experience with their younger colleagues? Is it like about seminars or workshops? Yes, we already do it. It's a common practice that referees, while coming to the KHL matches, they just interact, they chat with people, and they see who is interested in becoming a referee. It helps a lot to both KHL referees when they are delivering their lectures, because when you read it over and over again, you keep that in your memory. And of course, you can share your experience with younger guys. So you mentioned teamwork. Yes, it's an immense teamwork when we see in hockey referees team made of 4 or 5 people. So do I understand it correctly that they need to find common language, so they are effective in a particular game? So should we find that compatibility, or we shouldn't? Yes, of course, we need to find that compatibility and we need to attain it. There are certain tests that are being carried out inside the team. They're all interconnected. We change them every year because they should be new. There are new guys coming. They need to understand how to become a part of the team, how to communicate with elder colleagues. So we do have this, and we do have these tests. And one of the founders of this space psychology, he saw 2 cosmonauts, and actually he saw these 2 cosmonauts in a shower, and there were 2 cosmonauts standing in a shower, and one person just increased the temperature, and the other find himself under colder water, and so. Yes, and they have this Gomiostat appliance that is used to find these compatibilities. So we have this appliance, and we have 2 referees, and with this device we just understand how compatible they are, because they need to find the common language. So it's very important. Everything starts from your day-to-day life. So we have a lot of examples when the referees can and they work 2.5 hours on the professional level, but in a day-to-day life they don't communicate well in terms of personal traits and character and other things coming out of this. And when we started to when we deep dived into that topic 6 or 7 years ago, and we started to find the right compatibility of referees, it actually gave us a very good impetus. Just a recent example for a broader audience: 2 good referees. So when they come to the ice, but they are not compatible, they will compete against each other. Who knows rules better? And it will be like a disaster, or vice versa. We can put a young referee and he will not have enough personal traits, and he will, as we call it, act like a passenger, so he will be lagging behind. And you can see it at the initial stages. There are certain moments when young referees just want to apply new rules, and they're just showing off. Yes, we do have such cases, or they think that they are the chosen ones, like from the Matrix movie. Well, actually, I think that that beginners always think that they are better than professionals. So yes, it's like on the television, and yes, and it's like on Match TV. All of you are trying to follow Guberniev, a famous TV presenter. So no, it's just a different thing. So, Mr. Anisimov, what about the rest of the team? Do they deny such a person immediately, or they give a chance to such person? So when it comes to leagues beyond the KHL, it's much more clearer. And of course, when it comes to KHL, of course, step by step, the team will deny such a person. So it means that you have to struggle with yourself, you have to improve yourself, you need to work and to carry on. And of course, you will see that the team will deny such a person. Thank you very much, Mr. Anisimov. Any questions from the audience? So please speak to the microphone. So in KHL, is there any age limit? And if there is a limit, is it very strict, like 50 years and you're done? No, we don't have any official limitations on age. We're trying to be flexible, and the criteria, if you are in the top 10 of referees and you worked at the final, the referee can stay after 50 years. And we have linesmen, for example, one already ended his career, another still works. He's around 40 years, and after 40 he can continue working if he was at the top level. So yes, we do have such cases. And the same applies to referees, but the practice shows that in the modern hockey, the more difficult it is, the faster you will become, the more energetic you are, but the age is the age. If you're a top referee, you need to be always loaded. But sometimes, when a person gets older, you can't nominate this person to too many matches because they won't be able to recover. But as practice shows, that as people get older, they start to officiate even better. We had such a case. There was a referee, so he was almost ending his career. He was almost 50 years old, but in his last years of refereeing, he started to referee his best, and we couldn't understand why. Maybe there were no psychological limitations, or sometimes he could come up with decisions that even top referees couldn't make. So yes, we do have these limitations. So yes, it's like 40, 50 years, but it's not official limitation. But after 50 years, your weight will be much bigger, and you can't do anything about it. So yes, you understand that there are no official limitations on age and on weight. So in our sports, it's 55 and 102 centimeters. But you need to understand that we stand on a platform, we don't actually really move. And that's why 55, but it's an international requirement. Any other questions? So yes. Good afternoon. Rugby Federation of Russia. I have a very simple question. Since we're talking about professionals, the KHL, so professional referees, do they officiate at the kids' tournaments? And that's the first question. And the second question, in average, how many matches KHL referees officiate? And the third question is, what criteria do you use to nominate a referee to a particular match? So is there a body to do this? How do you evaluate a referee's performance? And if, for example, a referee doesn't perform well, do you give him a break, or maybe you send him to lower tournaments or lower divisions? So first, if I remember it correctly, so first about kids, so rugby is always trying to lower hockey referees to kids level. Do adult and professional referees officiate kids tournaments. So unlike you, I see some positive, but you are trying to drag us towards negative. So I'm just a person like that. So look, as for kids tournaments, so depending on the load of professional referees, so they can do it, of course, if they have free time, but unfortunately when it comes to KHL, they just physically can't do it. When they have a break between the seasons, they can work at kids tournaments just to be in shape, in good shape. And the number of amateur tournaments is so great that we just don't have enough referees. I'm talking about amateur tournaments, like ice hockey arena opens at 6 a.m. and they work 24/7. So previously we even put it in our agreements, in our contracts, that like you should officiate 20 games in Moscow. You come to your region and then you go to officiate a kids game. And then you just return to Moscow, and this is how it happens. So the agenda is quite intense. So that's why we decided to not to use it anymore. And the referees voluntarily go to officiate kids tournament because they want to be in a good shape. But we don't want to use that practice anymore. I think there will be a better feedback if they just deliver their lectures, if they tell to the people how brilliant it is to officiate, and we will keep on doing this. Second question about number of games per season. It's a very simple and clear grid. It depends on the stage of your playoff. So the more games you officiate in the playoff, the more games you will officiate next season. So, for example, if you officiate a final, you reach the maximum number of games. It means that the league is counting on you. So you will have more games, you will have a better contract. If not, you will be lower, you will be officiating kids' games. So it's like two-sided contract. So there are referees. We have two contracts. First is a professional contract when you referee in the KHL and in the Supreme Hockey League. So he can go to a playoff of KHL, or maybe you can be nominated to the Supreme Hockey League. So we have this rating. We use that rating to nominate referees to games. So when you make it to the professional level, you are guided and you go up or down. Another question is how to reach your maximum in the KHL, and it's all about making it step by step over 4 or 5 years. So some people do it faster. If, for example, you work in the KHL, we can see your CV and we know what to expect. You just follow that career path. So in average, the number of games is... So top referees with 68 games per season in the KHL officiate over 60 games, and it's just crazy. It's just too much. We understand that, and we distributed heart rate detectors, and sometimes we see that our referees are just too tired and exhausted, so we will correct it probably. So in average, it's around 50 games per season. So I have a question to you. It's a very important topic, increasing the number of games. Well, I'm talking about KHL right now for each team, and you said that there is a big load on referees, especially on experienced referees. The number of games is increasing. I see a lot of young referees in the audience, and I see that this is very important for them. Do you want to make our referees younger? What can you tell us about this in perspective? Because, of course, we can give to Romatko 200 games. but the most important games are cup games. So I believe that our young referees interacted with you somehow. Well, I am the ambassador of young referees in Russia. Do you do it for free? Yes, absolutely. So for people like you, I can say that it's not like that we're making our referees roster younger. So if we see a very promising young athlete, we will take it to a higher level, but we will not do it just to decrease the age. Otherwise, there will be problems with the performance of referees. So now we have referees in KHL that can be nominated to the best games, to the most important games, but we're not trying to move too fast. We are not going to unveil you all the secrets. We will do it in summer, but we have enough guys who need to be brought up so they can compete, so they start their professional career, so they compete with veterans, so we can nominate them to an adequate number of games, and who will be very good competitors for the next season. We do have such guys. But it will be just crazy to open a window to any young referees. No, it's not possible. So referees are like diamonds, and you can shape them throughout their life, but we select them one by one, not in bulk. And in any kind of sports, it's a one-by-one selection, especially when it comes to professional referees. So, of course, I get it. You are not going to do it artificially. It will be just worse. You can do it, of course, but you will spend much more time to work with them, to develop them. It's much better to already have good referees who already have some personal traits, who are ready to work on the high level. So if they are ready, they will grab their chance. And they will do it for 100%. So it's just a very relevant question how not to have our top referees too exhausted by the final. So we will decrease the number of games for our referees starting from next year, because professional teams and professional referees, they have psychologists, they have conditioning coaches. But we have a very big country, and they spend a lot of time for traveling. They travel to the Far East, and it's a very big question of recovery. So these are people who get on the plane, and they get off the plane by the end of March.
Next year it's going to be the end of May. Yes, the end of May next year. So you are aware of all the changes. Yes, I did my homework. So maybe we have a couple of minutes more for your questions, and then we will move on to the next speaker. No more questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Anisimov. That was a very interesting presentation to remember. That's for sure. So you are up there with the best of them, no matter what anyone says. An important topic that we have next: methodological support for the training of ice hockey referees in the Russian Federation. And we are going to have Mr. Alexander Polikov, the head of the refereeing methodological center of the Russian Ice Hockey Federation. Good afternoon. I'm glad to see you all here. It's a good event for us to bring to everyone's attention of how the refereeing should be developed in the country. As of today, we use these resources to provide information to the referees on how they must officiate games in general terms. The main issue today is one uniform standard. There should be consistent refereeing, consistent understanding of various situations in Moscow, in the Far East, in Vladivostok, or some other city. So in each city, there should be one uniform approach. Of course, it depends on the refereeing managers who work there, who are holding these events, who are using these resources. And as of today, we are delving more and more to the remote learning, because sometimes to bring everyone together, it's quite difficult. Referees from different cities, because they go to school, they go to college, they have a job, and not always they are excused from their jobs. So we are trying to use these remote resources, trying to do something, and we succeed generally, I may say that. So here is what we use. We have an official website of the All-Russian Refereeing Department, where a referee have access to all information they need for good work. They have their user account there, and they have an access to all the information that they might need there, and they can access this information and use this information. And there is a testing module next, and we will speak in more detail about that. That is also a distant remote resource where a referee can check his knowledge of laws of the games and prepare. So some of us call that a school exam, but I don't believe it should be called that. So it's a great tool to learn. A guideline on refereeing, it's our holy book, and we see it as such. Sometimes some adjustments are introduced there, as these are rules of ice hockey. And training camps is a component of preparation that is also essential. A website of all Russian ice hockey referees. You can visit this website, some news, some information, some updates. For example, you can look at the structure of our organization, some things that you can use, so you can see who is the head of the refereeing department, who's doing what, who is holding what position, and so on. Next, well, some congratulations on birthdays, information about the training camps or about some other events. It's all available in there, so you can look it up, you can find it in there. Documents, these are various documents, a lot of various documents that both the refereeing managers and the referees themselves can use. It's available openly. Some things are accessible individually, and we are going to provide more information after this meeting in public, and there is some restricted access to certain documents, so it depends. Next, media is information on all the things that are being held in various cities, some final tournaments of the club teams, regional competitions of the selection teams, everything that is happening with us, interviews by the best top-notch referees. It is all being posted here, so you can take a listen or take a look. Testing module, as I said, so it's available to any referee. It's a restricted access thing, but it's also out there openly. Any ice hockey spectator or fan, they can go there. You can test your skills, your knowledge of ice hockey rules. You can try to test yourself with no worries, with no trouble. So how it happens? There is a free choice. We have some 1,500 questions, and you have 3 answers to choose from. That's how it looks like for every category. And these categories are divided into refereeing category, a young referee. The first category is all Russian category 1, 2, and 3, and there is a test of 70 questions, the biggest test. So these are the referees who work in the professional leagues, the Continental Hockey League, the Higher Hockey League, Youth Hockey League, and so on and so forth. So they all pass these tests. There is a preparation, a training mode when you enter this module, and you have 2 hours. You can look in the book of ice hockey rules to test yourselves with this book, and then there is a special testing when you have a time limit, when you have a certain time limit, 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 120 seconds, so you have this time to read the question and choose the right answer, so that's the testing mode. For example, there are these kind of questions, there are some video questions, so you have to watch a video and then you need to choose to select the right answers. So as I said, we have 1,500 questions. We update it from time to time. We introduce changes, certain adjustments to the rules, so we need to adjust the answers and the questions. So sometimes we look at the rules, there are some adjustments, and we have not changed the questions, and we have vigilant referees who help us with that, so we are trying to do it as promptly as possible. After the test is passed, so if you're fine, if you did well, you need to answer 85 to give 85% of the correct answers. As soon as you do that, you receive this certificate in accordance with the information that you introduce. So if you have an email, you are going to receive the certificate to your mail to your email, and then it depends on the category that you've been tested for, or Russian, or category 1, 2, or 3. You receive the certificate. It's a mandatory document. You should have it present. For example, when referee have to increase his category, upgrade his category, so the referee then needs this document to ensure that they already have a certain category. Guidelines on the refereeing. I would digress a little, and I would like to speak. Why do we need referees at all? What is a referee? Referee must do what? A referee must understand a game, must have a game understanding. If they don't understand a game, if they don't have this, if they don't feel the game, if they can read the game, then no laws, no rules will help them. And they need to know the rules in an extreme situation. When something happens, they should remember what rule to apply, then to apply the rule in a proper way, and then to make the correct decision. That's why they need to know these rules. So here are the rules, the text of the rules. We're speaking about the youth competitions here because that's the guidelines on the calendar of games that we have in this season. So we have various situations and the resolution for these situations. So there is a definition, explanation of this situation, and then a recommended solution to various situations. So a referee can then read about these situations and read about the possible solutions, to remember them. Why did we decide to go this way, to use the testing module? As always, as we say, there could be some changes to the rules. It has to do with the mistakes that the referees make, so sometimes we have to make decisions in this regard. So one must know these rules to apply them in the proper time, in the correct time, in the right time. That's why we made this module. Not just they read it once before the season and then they threw the book out. They need to test themselves, they need to prepare it, to have everything available in their heads when such situation emerges on the skate, on the ring. We are going to have video rules for the next season prepared, so we are going to have videos. So there is going to be a special symbol, a special icon. You can click it, and then you can see an example, video example of these rules. So gradually we are going to update this list of situations. Not every moment here has a video example, but what we have, we are going to add to these examples, or we might update it or renew it. We're going to make it useful for the referees to look. The national program of the referees' preparation, we have already heard from Mr. Karapushin about that. That's a really great effort, and the rookie referees, they really need that. And the professional referees, they can also learn from this, but mostly it is important for the rookie referees, for those who officiate the youth competitions. And all these documents are vital, are essential for them. Sometimes referees don't even know about these things. So because we get a referee, okay, I want to work as a referee. So then you receive a third category right away, and what happens next? Even if you understand the game, if you know the game, if you played yourself as a kid, if you graduated from an ice hockey academy, you must understand that to play a game is one thing, but to officiate a game is a different thing. So this information should provide you with some general knowledge to be able to apply these rules, how to position yourself, how to talk to players, so on and so forth. A lot of small details are described in these documents. That's why we plan, as I said, the remote learning process, and we also want to do this thing when we have someone coming in saying, I want to be a referee. Okay, write an application, you've got your third category, but you must be able to make decisions on the ice eventually. So this future referee, they will learn from these presentations that are based on the referee's training program. So this rookie referee will learn these presentations, and then they will pass a test, and only after they pass all the tests, they will not be allowed to work on the ice. As part of the team, okay, but to work on the ice, they will be able only after learning all of this to be able to know what is their responsibility on the ice. After you pass these presentations, after you study these presentations, after you answered all the questions, after you answered all the questions right, then you can move on. Until all the presentations are done, are passed, they do not get access to this work, because this is the basics, this is the basic preparation. Only after they study it, after they give all the right answers, and it's up to them, so they can start with anything they want. And after they answer all the questions, they would receive this certificate. That would mean that they are able to officiate the games now. They have passed the program. The training camps, there are loads of them. So there are some main ones, some local ones. When, for example, there is a refereeing panel that are making a decision, they are posting it on the website. It's also an important piece of information for the referees. They need to understand if a referee makes a certain decision, and then the panel makes their ruling on this, and then they must know. So the decision of the panel, usually the camps are being held during the summer, so because after the season is over, a couple of weeks later, the preparation for the next season starts, and then it goes throughout the entire summer. Workshops, they also are being held throughout the season. It can be held locally. As I said, for example, after there are some adjustments to the rules, we've changed something, we have added something, some new requirements for the managers, so we are making a presentation. In August, we have the all-Russian broadcast for the referees, for all the referees who are willing to learn about these new adjustments. They can join this workshop. We're also sending letters to the regional federations of ice hockey so that the referees could see what are the changes. Maybe we decided to focus on some certain situations they need to learn about, and so on. Then the practical workshops. So what do referees do? It's a very popular thing nowadays, and if the referees travel somewhere, we also want them to hold a workshop on the ice with the local referees. And then they might have a friendly conversation about how they officiate the game, so how they came to this, how they reached this level, and then they can answer questions or they can engage in a dialogue with the rookie referees. So we are going to continue with these efforts. We are making a schedule, a plan, a dozen cities where we travel and where we hold these workshops. So that's all I've got. If there are any questions, I'm ready to take them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Polyakov, the great presentation. You have started your presentation from the uniform standard for all the referees. And I would like to understand this. There is no uniform, consistent understanding, or it's not enough that understanding that exists. Sometimes we lack it, that's true, as I said. previously, in August, we are sharing this information with everyone, so I guess not everyone can grasp this information right away, and then it is important that the local managers, referee managers, as soon as the season starts, usually it's September, so these games, they are being played, and if there are some wrong decisions by a referee, it is important for these managers to help the referee. So, guys, you were told to do it this way. Why are you doing it differently? So there should be a certain control over upholding this standard. So we're saying that's a 2-minute penalty, that's a 5-minute penalty. Sometimes they miss it, sometimes they might be afraid to award this penalty, so it is important to control this standard. A lot has been said about the preparation of the referees, and we would like to hear more about the selection process, selection procedure. Where do you get your rookie referees and so on? Yes, it is an important question. When I was graduating from a youth school, and if someone told me I was going to be a referee, I would laugh at this person's face. But, well, look at me now. So if there is a willingness to stay in hockey, to stay in the world of hockey with your friends that you were in youth academy for many years, so you can come to refereeing. So the first thing in every school, you can talk to a coach, you can recommend you to go to a regional refereeing department where they will help you, and then you will go through all this preparation procedure, and then you're able to officiate on the ice. So I went through this. So you joined the team, then you start working with a more experienced referee who helps you, and then you go on and on and on, and then they start looking at you, watching you. Because previously, there were 20 games or not 20 games, so, but you're now a referee because of that, because of the requirements that used to exist. So then there is a selection process, there are recommendations. A referee can be recommended for some final tournaments, for some competitions, regional competitions or inter-regional competitions. Then there is an observer, a mentor who works with this referee personally, helping them with things, and then this observer writes a recommendation letter to the refereeing manager, and then he might reach a higher hockey league or continental hockey league. You've also mentioned categories, because we have some representatives from the other federations. What are these categories, and what are the category criteria to be upgraded from one category to another? That's a decree, that's a law that is being controlled by the sports ministry. We have certain evaluations for a referee. When referee comes to us, he is being awarded a third category automatically, and then they start working on the ice, officiating games. They pass the tests, physical tests, theory tests, and then after a year, if they officiated a certain number of games, they can be recommended for the second category, and then a category does not mean that, for example, a third category means he can only officiate under 9 tournaments, and with the second category can officiate under 12 or something. It's just the categories that you're being awarded. Third category, second category, and then when you reach a higher level, it goes for the ice referees or the members of the referee teams. When you reach the Continental Hockey League, then it's the all-Russian category. That's the highest category that you might get. Yes, you are awarded an all-Russian category for 4 years, and then you need to extend it if you officiated enough games. You spoke about theoretical knowledge, 85% of the correct answers in the test. How many attempts do you get if you did not pass the test the first time? Well, attempts, as many attempts as you need to pass the test. For example, I'm passing the test today with a time limit, and I failed. For example, I've got 84% of the correct answers. Then I'm given a week to prepare. I'm taking a rules book, I'm taking the guidelines, I work with them, I study them, and then I can see the questions that I gave wrong answers to, so I can do my homework, I can study more. Then the next week this referee is getting this test once again, and he can pass it once again. So you're saying that playing ice hockey is one thing, and officiating ice hockey game is a different thing, because how difficult is this transition? That's why we are saying that the preparation of a player in the youth academy, it's an experience of an ice hockey player. That's why we hope that a person who graduated from a ice hockey youth academy, they must understand what's happening on the ice, because the easiest thing is just to go out there and then to penalize everyone. You must understand, was it an intentional action or it was some accident? So you must understand that. You must have this understanding of the game. It's one thing, and then the rules is a tool that you use. The referee should not ruin the game with these rules. A referee must understand the game and apply the rules in a proper manner, in a fair manner, to keep the game flowing. And as for the kids who graduated from youth school, how can you attract them, recruit them to your family, refereeing family? Because these things that you want to stay in ice hockey, to stay around your friends, maybe a financial motivation should also exist. So maybe I would become a gym instructor and I will make more money than if an ice hockey referee. Well, I guess it's up to us, refereeing managers, so we need to recruit talents. It's an important matter. It's a serious matter. And this conference, we also are going to speak about how do you attract talents and how do you keep referees in the refereeing world. Everyone wants to make money, but the contracts that you might get in the KHL, you will not get them right away. And no matter where you start, in the beginning, you will never get as much money as at the highest level. So probably we need to be more active, because in the modern world, young people, they have more opportunities to make money. And so probably we need to do more promotion. And when I worked in the Moscow Ice Hockey Federation, at every ice skate rink, we had our representative, an observer. So apart from observing the referees at every rink, these people also tried to talk to the coaches, those graduation years that they worked with. So he tried to attract more talent to the refereeing. So it seemed efficient, but that's not how it works these days. But that's what we do. That's what we should do. Promoting, refereeing, holding workshops that we have, presentations and lectures. Because throughout 3 years, we've been doing that when we hold workshops in various cities. Apart from the referees, for example, we spend 1 hour with the referees, and then we get youth school coaches, or we have them together, and then we explain things to them, promoting as a PR campaign to attract, to recruit, to bring the kids on our side, to join refereeing department. And sometimes when a referee works in the youth competitions, a player would ask them, so why are you awarding me this penalty? And then the referee would say, okay, become a referee and make the right decisions yourself. Good afternoon, everyone. Is it possible to become a referee if you do not have an ice hockey background? But you were officiating games in other sports and some amateur experience. We are open to everyone. If you want to become an ice hockey referee, well, if you want to work on the ice, you should be able to skate at the very least. But you can be a part of the team, because it's a pleasure to communicate with the players, with the coaches. So anyone who wants to officiate the games, to be a part of a refereeing team, they can come to us, and we would love to have them. So, okay, you can come to us, become a professional. Do we have questions in the audience? Yes, please. Hello, everyone. Vladislav Kamkov. I'm from the Republic of Belarus, refereeing department, and I'm an active referee. The question that I've got, do you have any issues with the youth games, enough referees for the youth games? Not only use some coaches or some bunny operators, but do you have enough referees to officiate the youth games? Of course, so we do have this issue. The problem is to have high level of referees because the entire preparation is aimed at this. That's not something that we do willy-nilly. It's up to the referee to be a professional. Sometimes we do have a deficit of referees in certain cities, in certain regions, in certain districts. And okay, we have people who are employees of ice skate rinks, used as a part of ice hockey referee teams, and we want them to be well versed in the rules, not only be part of the refereeing team. They must study these rules so that they could come to us, register themselves as referees, and did a good job. So all these things are connected. We want to have more referees. We want them to join us after they retire from their player careers. So this problem does exist.
So another question is, I would like to become a referee. Where should I go? Should I call a coach and then or someone else? So how does it happen? So we have like a stair, kind of a path, and we consider how to make it the most efficient. We would like to publish information about this path on the website, so you can contact your coach. This information is also available on the website of the Russian Ice Hockey Federation. So, like, you contact a coach and you say, please help me, or maybe your coaches know other people. They will tell them that you would like to become a referee, and they will tell you that you will come somewhere, sign an agreement or a contract, and it's like that. But we would like to publish this information on a regular on a constant basis on our website. So if you would like to become a referee, just click that button and then you will get information about it. So yes, we do have this information with links and so on and so forth, but you need to look for it, you need to find it. We would like to make it much easier. Another question: is there any work with athletes in youth academies? Who reads these rules? Who explains them? So sometimes we do it, and as far as I know, but I can't tell you about all the regions, but in Moscow it happened. An expert came to a youth academy and he was delivering his lectures with teams on the amendments to the rules. All these presentations are presented in August. We distribute them. Also, there will be final tournaments in clubs, so we send this information to referees, to observers who will work with referees, and also we send this to our officers, so they distribute these presentations to those teams and those coaches who made it to this tournament. And it's their initiative, and it's up to them to tell about changes in the rules. So this is how it happens. Thank you very much. Any more questions? Okay, no more questions. And that was Alexander Polakov. Thank you very much, and please give a round of applause. You can make it even louder. Well, as we continue, our next topic is implementation of refereeing practice during the implementation of additional educational sports training programs in hockey. And this presentation will be delivered by Evgeny Sukhachev, head of the development department of the National programs of hockey players training, hockey technologies, and innovation and education. I would like To be very concise, I will not spend too much of your time. So the title of my presentation is very long. My job title is even longer, but you read it out very quickly. Yes, you did it because you're a professional. So I would like to say thank you to organizers for inviting me to this conference. Good afternoon, everyone, to our guests, to our participants, to our organizers, to our hosts. And maybe I will make it less friendly, because the organizers told me that we started from top to bottom, from professionalism, from the best things. Then we touched upon work with regional referees, with coaches, and now I would like to speak a bit about kids who get the education, additional education, who study in youth academies. There are certain amendments in the Russian legislation, and I would like to speak to you about this aspect. How we arrange education, refereeing education, so how we arrange refereeing practice. So I will give you some comments about my slides, because they are not very readable, at least I can't read them. So we have analyzed programs that we had before 2012, and this is the first one where we got this combination of words, observer and referee practice. It is very important to emphasize that we don't have a notion what is observer and referee practice and what we do during this practice. And out of this program, it is dated 2012. Observer and referee practice is aimed at mastering basic skills in conducting educational work and refereeing competitions. So as for referee practice, there are 4, I think, points that must be mastered. They're very simple, like you need to know terminology, you need to prepare documentation, you need to discuss some control games with the coach, and to become a referee helper or assistant. So it's very easy. Next, what we have right now. So today we actively participate in the program development. These are not our figures. These are stats provided by the Ministry of Sports, and we see that at 8, 9, 11, so up to 13 years. I just put these bars with 1 hour, but our observer and referee practice, they don't have anything about it. So it's a question to coaches and to referees how actually you teach rules of the game. We don't even know it. There are no examples of plans because no one actually demands it. Yes, since 11 years, we start to play hockey professionally, we compete, we perform, we have games, but we don't know how to play hockey. And that's a big question about individual development, because it looks like that it's a very favorable period, up to 12 years. We can lay some foundation, but we don't do it. When you reach 16 years, we see that it's getting more systematic, and we have around 50 hours. But given that the season lasts 52 years, we spent less than 1 week on refereeing practice and observer practice. It means that we spent around 30 minutes on it. So next slide. We, as a professional board, called our own department. Of course, our program is a little bit lagging behind. We see a lot of demand to get this information, and we need to find a consensus on it. We are also dealing with innovations. We also would like to focus on some methodology aspects. But what we know right now, we have a professional standard, sports referee. It was approved in 2019. It is very important and didn't happen very long. If you have a smartphone, you can follow the link, you can scan this QR code, And this document is a little bit weird. We couldn't actually use it because requirements towards children are very high, towards young athletes are very high. And I would like to point your attention to the fact that who is the developer of these standards? Anyone, but not our organization. But there are a lot of difficult questions and conflicts, or some unclear things. And we see them we see the number of such conflicts much higher in hockey than in, for example, in skiing. Also, some scientific data. So we would like to give you the poll results, and we actually embrace the entire country. So yes, we can see that the coaches in Russia, ice hockey coaches in Russia, are quite experienced. When we had around 15 questions in our questionnaire, and we asked people how they implement their observer and referee practice. And it's a very important detail. There was around 500 people taking part in this poll, and then I stopped, and the conversion was 1 to 5. So we called 5 people, and only 1 could answer. So that's the situation. So first slide, what we see. It's very important, so we can have a more detailed breakdown how the representation of coaches in different organizations. It can be like a youth academy, a commercial hockey academy, or a vertical youth academy. Another very important moment that we are concerned about. So we have different categories, national categories of coaches in Russia. So we have like a highest category, first category, second category, third category, and most of people have first category. And when it comes to referees categories, so we see that most of them don't have any category. So yeah, 68% of referees do not have any categories, and they didn't hear anything about categories. Next, we asked, do coaches want people to come to their academies? And we are talking not just about Moscow, because we tried to do some common things with the regions. We wanted to go to Anadyr or to Far East, Yuzhno-Sahalinsk. Yes, from practitioners and from academies, we see that demand. 75% of people said that they want our experts to come to them and to have seminars on refereeing practice. And next, in our view, it's very important to ask, should age characteristics be taken into account? And when it comes to hockey, I think it's very difficult to learn the rules of hockey if you are an adult and you have a higher education. But when it comes to children, it's even more difficult. So that's why we need to take into account age characteristics. Another moment, what will allow to improve the understanding of the rules. So when we ask a coach or when we ask children, do they understand the rules of hockey? And there are 2 very relevant answers. So first, it will allow us to improve the quality of the game, and in yellow it is highlighted that the hockey game will be more safe. So I think there is some sense to move in that direction since the age of 8. Next slide. So the refereeing practice at academies. So 47% said that they don't have any refereeing practice in their academies. And I think it's quite illustrative that half of academies do not have any refereeing practice. And that's it from my side. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Sukhachev. So you wanted to provoke a conflict, and did you manage? But I think that we can ask you some questions. So these difficulties should be highlighted more clearly. So you mean that there is no single standard, or the problem is that starting from 13 years old, people get some information about refereeing, or that 58% of people don't have a referee category. So what's the main problem in your view? So we can say that we are now just looking for the problem, and everything that you just mentioned will be demanded, because yes, we have a professional standard, and is it actually possible to find this standard on the website? It will be published after today's conference. I have to say that we are lagging 1 or 2 days. We have a lot of work in being done in this direction, but I would like to ask once again those who are developing the standards for national referees. Is there anything about children? Probably not. When it comes to the standard, to be honest, I am against the standard. I don't really like it, because I am for diversity. Let us have a standard on referees. Let's have a professional standard on hockey referees. Not just for hockey as a discipline, but there was an organization that took part in this standard development that is called Federation of Fitness Aerobics of Russia. And it's just ridiculous. So as for hours of this practice, do we have them or not? So the practice shows that hours that we have are not being used correctly. So yes, we have 56 hours, but I don't believe that if you get this information 2 times a year, it will be enough, or if you just read a presentation. But that's a tricky question in terms of how we form identity, how we understand the game. And there are a lot of aspects, and right now I can't give you how this should be done correctly, but I would like to attract your attention to the fact that the refereeing level is very high, and it's very good that we have so many people at today's conference. At the very beginning, I didn't actually understand the trajectory of people who are becoming referees. And as for this survey, so your respondents are only from hockey academies, yes? First those who are implementing the Red Machine program, and then the rest, and we wanted, of course, to expand the geography, so, and the number of recipients was just 1,000, but only 100 managed to give their answers. So in your report, you said that it's not obligatory to know rules if you are a coach. So you said that we believed that coaches shouldn't know rules. So I don't remember when I said it. I just reduced the number of questions in my presentation, and we asked coaches what is more important, to know rules, and the second question is, and I agree that maybe it's not very correct, or it's much better to know how to implement these rules in the game. And 70% said that knowing how to apply rules in the game is much more important than knowing them. But it's not my opinion, it's opinion of coaches. So here is the second question. So you can't rely on coaches' opinions. So you will never get your license permit if you don't know the rules of traffic. So if coaches say they don't need any rules, how will they teach hockey to our children? So it's a very tricky question. So the question is, what do you think about this? How are you going to impose coaches to learn the rules. So I don't have a specific opinion. I'm just showing you this situation. 68%, they don't believe that they need to know some rules, but of course they can explain you what offside is. They will reduce the complexity of rules. They will neglect something. Of course, you don't need to explain rules completely to children, but anyway. So from my experience, I can tell you, so sometimes we lose under 18 world championships because we don't know rules, not because we are worse, but we don't know rules. Are you talking about coaches? I'm talking about everyone. We as a country. Second thing, if you keep on doing this, what is new? New is something that it's a good thing that was actually forgotten. And in the Soviet era, children got some certificates that, for example, if you give up your professional career and you would like to become a referee, there will be a document that signifies that you have some experience. So I think that coaches need to have some certification. If you want to become a hockey coach, you need to know rules. Yes, sometimes you get lectures. And sometimes they are talking about hockey, but they don't know actually any hockey rules. So, and when you actually are trying to say something about offside, about how to navigate with the puck or how to deal with the problem of too many players on the ice, we see that our children don't know that information, and this is ridiculous that they are 15, 16 years old, but they don't have these simple things. So in my view, coaches should have certain categories so they have some foundation, so some basic skills, not on refereeing, but on knowing rules. And second thing, so you probably took experience of other countries, and most probably there is the same problem. So do you have any foundation? Do they get any basic certificates? So most probably they do have it, but I can't answer this question. But I absolutely agree with you that in the theoretical preparation, both of referees and coaches, there should be part dedicated on rules. But on the professional level, you even considered nutrition.
That's where the attitude towards refereeing comes from. Because if coaches do not know the rules, naturally, it's only natural that he trains his players in such a way that the referee is always wrong. That's one. Second, in the Soviet Union, back in Soviet times, when the coaches were graduating from the coaching workshops, they had classes on the rules, and they should have officiated 10 games at the city level to be able to receive a coach certificate. That would have been really good if all the coaches went through that. But at the very least, the knowledge of the rules is shaping the attitude of players towards the game, towards the referees, towards a coach, and towards the entire process happening on the ring. That's important, and it's very sad when the coaches say, we do not need the rules. How do you coach then? I have not shown you everything that the coaches used to say in our poll. Well, it seems absurd that we played the game we did not know the rules of. That's why I decided to show it to you. I've got a brief comment. I've been considering that the There was some program some time ago. I do not remember that. I graduated from the youth school. I do not remember any classes on the rules, even though that probably it did exist in some kind of document. So maybe I even have a certain category, but I do not remember that. Why am I saying all that? The dream should be turned into action. It must be done so that the players learn that, and then we're acquiring this knowledge. Then we could have bigger selection of the future referees from the players, and that the coaches would know the rules. So we must have it not only on paper, but in practice. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sukhachev. I watched a report of one of my colleagues, and he was saying, "Do you hear the siren?" You don't, but it is a siren nevertheless. So we have a break now. Dear guests from the Federation, dear speakers, we've got our employee in this beautiful white shirt and red scarf. She will take you to where we must convene, and the rest of the participants, now you have time to go downstairs to drink some coffee, and then go to the ice skate rink to watch the training. Those of you My friends, I would like to remind you that today we are holding the first all-Russian refereeing conference with the international participation. Before that, we listened to the 4 speakers, and we have here Mr. Nisimov with us again, an efficient presence, and we've just had a workshop. Young referees were in the skate ring to showcase their skills, their abilities, and we continue to speak about various interesting things. We discuss things which is very fruitful. We are going to speak about the referee training based on the international experience. I would like to invite here Konstantin Komissarov. The floor is yours. I would like to turn it on personally with my own hand. A couple of words about myself for the young ones, because they may wonder who's that talking to us about things. I was refereeing myself. I started with the city competitions. I reached the professional league, MHL back then. So I was officiating international games. I was officiating world championships and under-20 championship, and then I joined the IIHF headquarters in Zurich, and then I retired as an employee of IIHF, and now I'm back to share my experience with you. We are going to go back on the ground a little bit, and I'm going to share my understanding of what is going on in the refereeing world, what are the trends, and how do they train referees in the other countries. We need to see 2 parts of the referee training. The first is a grassroots sport, and the other part is professional sport. And professional sport is being fed by the grassroots sport partially. And another part, as one of the referees, Mr. Nisimov, talked here, if we see a diamond, then we need to turn it into something precious, because in grassroots sports there are a lot of well-trained referees. So if we speak about the tools from the grassroots sports point of view and from the professional sports point of view, the tools are the same. You always use highly professional staff, highly professional personnel, because you need top-notch specialists to work with the referees. Referees with vast experience, qualified personnel and staff responsible for the fitness preparation, not only in ice hockey, but in the other disciplines, in skating, in football, in handball, and in the other disciplines as well. And we also attach great significance to the methods of training. The webinars are very popular nowadays, but still we need the practical workshops where referees can talk face-to-face in direct contact, where they can discuss various situations, where they can emulate any situation that might happen during a match. They can discuss it, they can exchange experience, and then they can speak about possible solutions. Training camps are very popular. Internationally, the development camps, so-called development camps, are very popular. Before the pandemic, there were usually available 30 spots, and applications were more than 100. Everyone wants to go to these development camps. Why? Because they have top-notch specialists. You can learn a lot from these camps. You can exchange information with your friends. They were very popular. There were 6 adult camps, 146 people from 40 countries participated. Among women, they held 5 camps with 80 participants from 39 countries. Very popular, very popular. Now look, the development camps for different categories of referees, for the beginners, grassroots, for those who have just joined, for the elite referees at all levels. And the elite referees, they also always wanted to travel to these camps. Why? because the information you can receive there is very good. The specialists are on the highest level, and from these camps you can always learn a lot during these camps, and you can use it in your practice afterwards, and you can share this information with your peers, with those of them who didn't make it to this camp. One of the examples of how a referee joined the National Hockey League, Evgeny Romasko, he will share his story with you later. Videos, young referees, they don't really understand the text. If the text is longer than one page, no one is going to read this text. That's why a lot of videos is being distributed at the websites via social media and social platforms to make it as accessible as possible, so that a contemporary person using an application in his phone could look videos, read the rules, and you can do it during the game, during a break. If the referee forgets something, immediately he can catch up. And monitoring of referees' work is very important. Those are the specialists who are performing, let's call it, mentor support for the referees, because without this mentorship, without this feedback, everything is just going into nowhere. It's similar for the grassroots sports and for the professional sports, and you need like-minded people, a team of like-minded people that we heard in one of the previous reports. What is a team of like-minded people? It is, well, let's call it a community, an open community, but everyone should trust each other. That's where confidence is being built, relationship is being built, because trust is not built during the game. It's being built of the game when you are of the ring, when you communicate, when you learn things about the other person, and then you say to yourself whether you are ready to go to reconnaissance with this person or not. And the most popular that was launched, and the program that proved to be very efficient, the Referees Exchange program, it was launched in 2002. We only had 15 referees back then that we could appoint to World Championships. We had a very short bench, and basically we only had 1 or 2 persons available to replace those who, for example, were sick before a tournament, a World Championship, or Under-20 World Championship, Under-18 World Championship. And the program that we have launched with the previous president, Mr. Fezel, it yielded very good results. The referees were really fond of this program. Why? Because they could travel to various countries. They were faced with different level of hockey, with different cultures, with different interpretation of the rules. And I can say that over the 15 years, 98 people participated in this program, and 50 of them were appointed to World Championship games, 50 more were appointed to Under-20 World Championship games, 40 of them were participated at the World Championship at the Olympic Games, and we only had 15. All this considering that refereeing now used the system of 2 referees, and as you know, the Olympic Games, when our referees, Russian referees, were among the best referees of the professional National Hockey League, it is an evidence to the success of this program. Now we are going to speak about the other direction. We are going to speak about the training of the referees for the professional sport, the recruiting former professional players, which is a trend nowadays. Now we have these pictures here. Tsiplakov, who played 11 seasons for the professional SKA team. He played the World Championship. Former professional player Konstantin Olenin. We have some young referees here, a person who played for different teams and now gradually, step by step, Valery Yakimov, who is growing fast. The person who was here now at the practical session, he was also playing in the past because they are good skaters. They have high hockey IQ. What is a high IQ? They know the game, they can read the game, they don't need to be told anything else. They know how to communicate to a coach. They know where players are trying to act tricky, and they can easily communicate with the players, with the coaching staff, and with the managers. These are examples from the global trend, and that's where we are going. I can give you some examples from our ice hockey, where we have a lot of former players, and the last player we had Tsiplakov and also Sergei Gusev from Serov. Before that, when refereeing was just beginning, all the referees were former players, as Fedotov, Morozov, Kozin, and so on and so forth. As for the career opportunities, I'm speaking to the young referees among us. Everyone has got a chance to make it to the top. Everyone. Even if you participated only in some amateur competitions, you have never played for a professional team, you can make it all the way to the top. There are traditional ways and there are expedited ways. What is traditional? Traditional is when you move one step after another, the best you can. You are going up this career ladder, and the expedited path is when a person, a referee, who used to play for his national team at the World Championship, they don't need 8 years to reach this level. It may take them 2 seasons to move from the city competitions to the professional league level. That's the difference. But everyone has this opportunity to make it to the very top. Look at this person here. He used to play hockey. Now he is referee officiating Olympic Games. And this lady here, she is Ekaterina Timgret. She is a silver medalist of Olympic Games of 2006. In 2018, she officiated Olympic Games ice hockey tournament, the finals, the gold medal game. And we've got a lot of examples like that. I believe 6 years ago, or maybe 10 years ago, UEFA, International Volleyball and Handball organizations in UEFA, there was Michel Vigneault. So there was this big all-European conference where we discussed the development of sports in general. And they showed interest to how the referees are developing internationally in ice hockey. Every player has got a certain career, so every player, when they participate in various competitions, so supervisors or coaches, they assess them, they give them certain recommendations, and they grow, they develop from the low level to the highest level. And this is an absolutely transparent system. And every referee knows that after a season, they receive this card, their profile, so they know right away if they got upgraded or downgraded, or they remained at the same level, or if their results are not good. It does not mean that we will give up on this person. It will never happen. We will give them another chance at a lower level tournament, and through this tournament, we will try to help them to reach a higher level. So we've been exchanging this experience, sharing this experience with various federations because they were wondering about this career growth of a referee. The environment is the cornerstone for recruiting, for raising, for the career development of a referee, for attracting new talents, because attention from the refereeing managers, from the officials responsible for the refereeing development, because when you feel this attention, you feel that someone needs you. If you have this feeling, then you will work, then you will have this fire in your eyes, this passion in your eyes, because then they will know that someone needs them. And support for the referees in difficult life situations and supporting them in their careers and internationally as well. We are trying to help them with their careers, depending on their experience, depending on their ice hockey intellect, depending on their age, obviously. We are trying to shape them. We are trying to guide them along this path. We are trying to support them, to help them, because our objective is to help them to be successful. It doesn't matter at what level. And third, establishing atmosphere of camaraderie, mutual help, and trust within a refereeing team with the motto "One for all and all for one." We have examples like this, and I think Evgeny can share this example. As a referee, a person could be a good referee, but he doesn't work really inside a team. He's not a team player, so to say. So he is a good referee. He does everything great, but he does not work with the team, which is a very important component, and then this person would not be a part of a team. They would work with them, but, you know, one bad apple can ruin the entire basket of apples. And the last one should enjoy working as a referee. I'm addressing young kids here. You will not make huge money with refereeing. If you want to earn a lot, then probably you should look elsewhere. But here's what you're getting. You're going to build a career in sports. Secondly, you're going to have something that the others don't have, because everyone has phones, everyone has devices and gadgets and cars. But what they don't have is this feel of community, this love, where you can go somewhere, where you can enjoy what you're doing. Why? Because the things, all the bad things that are happening around you, you're going to this good place where they play this game, where the spectators are passionate about their favorite team. And the last thing, the process should be uninterrupted. There is this phrase, there is this saying, there is no referee, there is no game. There is always a deficit of referees. And we need a long bench, so to say. We need a lot of options. We need a lot of referees. Every referee manager should have a lot of options to choose from. So they need a choice if one or two are out for whatever reason. So we should ensure this. And looking for talents, you know, all these camps are very popular. Camps and workshops and seminars organized by former referees, former top-notch referees who retired. They do it usually in the summertime. They travel somewhere. They hire specialists. They hire referees from the professional leagues, and they work. They work with the referees of all generations. This approach has become very popular. And everyone can go there. Well, there is a restricted number of spots available, but You can try to go there and you can try to learn from these camps. And the last thing I would like to say that refereeing is a very interesting thing, and there are a lot of things that are not being done in the world. We are doing them. And the fact that we are isolated, so to say, doesn't mean that we should give up and be idle, not do anything. We keep moving forward. We keep progressing. You can see that. And I would like to say that there will be more and more interested young people, and we need to make sure that even a bigger amount of young people join our refereeing team, then everything will be all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Komissarev. I just looked at the young referees. No one decided to leave this, to leave this conference, because they're all very passionate about what they do. You started your presentation with talking about highly professional personnel. How do you think, do we have enough highly trained, well-trained specialists for such a big country, the Russian Federation? We have a lot of specialists. You know, the thing is, skating coach, for example, they can come from ice skating, speed skating, right? Who is better to teach you how to skate? Figure skaters, you see? And the figure skating, we have a great school of figure skating, great school of speed skating. And as for the fitness preparation, fitness training, when we were developing a program of the refereeing preparation internationally, a specialist came to us and he said, so we've got a player profile, but we do not have a referee profile. We know how to prepare a player, but how do we prepare a referee? Because they work in a different way. It's always run and stop. So he spent some time on the ice, 40 minutes per period. And an ice hockey player, so they spend 20 to 30 seconds and then they have a rest period. You know, it was very interesting to listen to. And then we organized a camp, and the elite referees went there, so we were performing various exercises, and we came up with these 3 parameters, and we said an elite referee, top-level referee, they should have these 3 things. So we should train them to develop these 3 things. That's the fitness preparation. And then all those tests that the referees were doing, were performing, they were done, they were designed to measure these 3 parameters. So we have enough specialists. As for the development camps, you were saying about the development camps abroad, but how is it in our country with the development camps? You know, we have this. It looks a little different, but we do have this, because all those tournaments that we are holding, for example, in inter-regional tournaments, under 15, under 16, under 18 tournaments, that's also a development camp. A supervisor or an officiating coach, they are involved in this effort to work with the referees. And we have people growing, developing, progressing. As for the refereeing exchange program, I've got some interesting data here that under this exchange program, out of all the referees that participated in this program, Alexei Anisimov, Polyakov are here, Sergei Karabanov, and as for the active referees, Ravodin, Fatiev, Morozov, Kulakov, Alenin, you know, an entire generation of referees, Evgeny Romasko, and out of the very first development camps, we had Vasilyev and Askirka. Where is Askirka now? He officiated the Olympic Games bronze medal game, it works a little bit differently, but it does. But how do these camps impact the development of the referees? If we look at various levels, let's speak about the beginners level. In many countries, okay, here in Russia we have the referee development program. Other countries, they do not have this. Other countries, they do not know where to look for these guidelines or these materials, and they go to these camps where they can acquire this basic level, and they make really good progress. And I can tell you one thing, that's where you go to look for diamonds. Because there was one year when a referee traveled there, we took a look at him, and we asked him, so what do you officiate? And he told us, I'm officiating at the fourth division level. Fourth division of what? Fourth division of German league. Who's officiating the professional league, DEL, in there? Well, there are some other referees who officiate this competition. So we gave them a call. He was included in the list, and 4 years later, he officiated at the Olympic Games level. And that's a fact, you know? So these are the diamonds in the rough, and sometimes you can find them during these camps. Mr. Commissar, we are speaking about the international experience, but the general level of refereeing in Russia, Europe, and NHL, the difference in the level, difference in the preparation. Here's what I would like to say. The level of ice hockey in our country is very good, is very high. And referees, if we had low level of referees, they wouldn't have officiated the World Championship finals, they wouldn't have participated in they wouldn't have officiated the medal games, the Olympic Games. The other thing is that we have professional referees in the world, Switzerland, Germany, the Czech Republic, and now Finland and Sweden did this. So these are the countries with professional referees. I'm not speaking about the North America. The rest of the referees are amateurs. And of course, at the professional level, everything is better. Thank you very much, Mr. Commissar. Questions from the audience?
So we don't have any questions from the audience. In fact, I already covered a lot of topics, so thank you so much. And as we continue, I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, already introduced by Mr. Commissarov. It's my pleasure to give the floor to Evgeny Romasko, KHL and NHL referee. And I can tell you that because there are no former NHL referees, he will tell you about what it is being a referee, personal experience of a professional work in Russia and abroad. So, hello everyone, I am Romasko Evgeny, KHL referee. So it's a great conference today, very interactive, you can ask your questions. And unfortunately, in my time, when I started, there were no similar conferences, so probably I would have become referee much earlier. So many professional hockey players face a problem when they have to come up with a very painful decision to end their professional career. I had to make a similar decision when I was just 20 years old. I was playing in the major league. I had a contract, but I didn't want to deceive anyone. I realized what I'm capable for. And at that moment, I was confused, and that transaction from here to here happened over 2 years. There were no seminars, no workshops, no links, no camps, no websites. So back in the days, there were no even cell phones. So yes, today we are moving forward, and it's very good that we have young and talented people. They can get our experience, or they can share their experience with other guys who are now confused that and who do not know what to do. So I'm very passionate about hockey, and I will love hockey forever. So at that moment, I didn't even understand what hockey referee is. I just got one thing: I didn't want to quit hockey, and thanks to that, I have become someone who I am, and thanks God, I met the right people on my way, and most of them are here, Mr. Anisimov, Konstantin Lvovich, and others. Back in the days, they gave me a hand, they still support me, they help me to make right decisions, to go through that roadmap. This roadmap is being drawn right now. So first you start to draw, and to those young guys who are playing hockey right now, maybe you have still 10 or 15 years and you don't even think of becoming a referee. It's absolutely true. But nonetheless, I would like, in my improvised presentation, to tell you about my professional way. I will try to put it into 20-minute presentation. It will be very interesting to listen to officials and to young guys who just came here. So when you start something, when you're at the very beginning, you need to understand that you have to start everything from scratch. All your rewards of being a player are being reduced to nothing. You are nobody, and you have to learn probably to be honest with yourself. You need to be curious about everything, about any information available, and to filter it. Don't be afraid of making mistakes, because a referee is like a minesweeper. Yes, you make mistakes, you have to fall, and you have to stand up. You need to analyze your performance after every game, after every second on the ice rink. And whatever experience you have, you still need to carry on. You are a professional, and if you would like to become a real professional, you need to work hard. Alexey Vladimirovich said that we are a team, and it's absolutely true. We are family. We have one blood. It's like a special god at the Kremlin wall. We have eyes of the same color, height and weight. So yes, sometimes we can be a little bit different, but still it's a family, and we are all former players, and we compete for the opportunity to work in the final stages of tournaments or to officiate other important games. And it's very good that we have so decent competition, and thanks to the development in the Russian Ice Hockey Federation and All-Russian Board of Referees, a Continental Hockey League, I have a lot of opportunities to develop myself. We have camps, we have different equipment to improve ourselves, and it's great. Because 22 years ago, when I started my career, it was like not very well shaped. It was old school, and we were taught like in corridors with just stories and secrets, and it was a great school of life that helped us a lot. I really would like to say massive thank you to Mr. Barnov, who is here. He gave me an opportunity to start my professional referee career, and I'm so thankful to you, and I would like to use that opportunity to say thank you to you personally. Another thing to mention, so my international experience isn't any way different from what I started. So because when I made it to the referees exchange program in European leagues that Mr. Komisarov mentioned, yes, you have to start everything from scratch. You deep dive into different rules, different leagues. You need to learn English to communicate with people. So it's like talking to someone who looks like you, but he has different mentality, different culture, different language, and you need to go back and start everything from scratch. If you can reset everything as a professional, to forget about your rewards, your titles, and your crown, everything will be okay, and you will follow just an instruction that you already have. So probably thanks to that approach, I can be proud of myself, and I can tell my kids that I was officiating at the Olympic Games, World Championships, I was officiating the bronze medal match. I worked 4 professional seasons in NHL and AHL, and what I wanted to tell you is sometimes we miss scouting. So I was talking about this scouting, looking for new talents. There is a big problem, and sometimes people come to me when I'm officiating KHL games. So guys come to me, and sometimes they confuse me with a hockey player, and they are asking for an autograph, and I say I'm not a hockey player, and they say we know who you are, but we want to become hockey referees. So these are just 14-15-year-old guys. They already want to officiate. So my son is playing football, and he said, I don't like hockey, I want to play football. We started to play football back in America, and now he's asking me how to start refereeing, how to start officiating football. Not hockey, football. So he already thinks of next steps, because he understands what his dad is living with, what is my agenda, and it's interesting to him. And I would like to have this information available at hand. Anton, can you please play a video that I shared with you? Just 1 second. So before we watch this video, it's in English, but you don't need to know any English to understand what it's all about. I got this video from guys in Rochester when I was officiating an NHL match. So some guys came over to me, they asked for autograph. We said we are no players, we are referees, and they say, we know who you are, we train here in a hockey academy. It's a very small academy, but while they're training in this, while they're studying in this school, they also have an additional class of learning rules, because we see that some people don't know what rules there are. They have to explain what a hybrid icing is and some nuances and details about rules. So they were just 12-year-old, and they said, don't you want to come to our class and to see our class? So we went there, and we saw these guys sitting and watching a video in VR headsets. It was 2014. It was like something fantastic. Now VR technologies that we are going to see, however, we will not see them in this video, but I will tell you about them later. So it was like a step into the future. So 12-year-old guys are being taught about rules, about penalties, how to avoid penalties, some nuances and details. I never saw so many players who know rules. So sometimes professional athletes know rules better than you do, and it's just fantastic. I don't know how it happens. Maybe it happens thanks to these small academies who teach rules young kids, and even if just 4 or 5 kids in a team know rules, in a year 90% of the rest of the team will know the rules. This video is available. It's a motivating video after which people who are confused about their future career, like my career is about to end and you don't know where to go. So after this video you get motivated and you would like to carry on and to be the best in the referees team. So just check this video and you will see what I'm talking about.
As the buzzer sounds, another hockey season is in the books. At this point in their careers, some of these players have to be asking themselves, what's next?
For as long as you can remember, hockey has been a part of your life. Now, you have some tough choices to make. What if you had the opportunity to not just stay around the game, but be in the game?
Move over, please! Let it go, let's go here!
It's a feeling that it's hard to really put into words.
Can't beat this, OA boys!
I think it's a no-brainer. Like, I don't know why more guys don't do this.
A hidden gem. A lot of people don't realize how much fun we actually have.
It's a natural path. I think they'd be crazy not to look at it.
The coolest thing about officiating is being out there with the world's greatest players.
I played college hockey at Michigan State. Was a draft pick of the Detroit Red Wings in 1990. So after I graduated college, I kind of bounced around the minors, and I just kind of came to the realization that I'm probably not that door to make it to the National Hockey League as a player was probably shutting, and maybe this was a different avenue I could take to get to the NHL.
I just didn't want to be hanging around for 5-6 more years, you know, dragging my wife and my kid around. I wanted to try something that was a little bit more stable for them than me trying to chase that hockey dream.
I didn't watch TV and say, man, I want to be an official in the National Hockey League. You never think like that. But once you're out there and you're in it, you realize how physically challenging it is, and you realize how mentally challenging it is to call a fair game.
I really don't know why more young hockey players who are making that transition from, you know, do I pursue this or do I go a different route? I'd be jumping on it if I were them.
Let's watch the cross checks a bit. Fair enough, come on.
I understand maybe when a slash, a cross check here, or certain element in the game. I've felt that before.
It's just knowing when things are probably going to happen.
I think to have that experience of playing the game at a high level gives you a lot of credibility with the players.
They've had a feel for the game. They understand what's going on the ice at a different level. They've walked a few miles in the guy's shoes.
We have the best athletes in the world. People can't do what these guys do on a nightly basis, okay? Look at the size and speed of this game.
You're going to have to be athletic because you have to move, you have to be able to be quick, and it just makes the job so much easier because you have to have the sight lines and that to be able to do our job.
Referee is becoming more and more athletic too. I think that the game's getting quicker, the game's getting faster, and guys, the refs need to get up and down the ice pretty quickly.
The way you see the players train these days, I think it would be crazy if the officials didn't do the same thing.
I'm not playing, but I'm still out there with the best in the world. Our game it's like no other game. And here is a way to stay involved in that game where it's like you're not working.
You're not really leaving a team, you're just joining another one.
And it's still competitive in terms of we want to do good games. We want the games to go off without a hitch.
Just like any of us when we played hockey, we wanted to be the best guy on the team. And it's no different now as an official. I want to be the best guy on the team. It is just a wonderful way to stay in the game and be on a team and just, you know, navigate life without a real job.
So here it is, and you can find such a video on a regular website that is accessible to young hockey players. So I think it's great if you have such an opportunity to become a referee after being a hockey player. So talking about scouting, so first I faced a department of scouting, people from scouting. When I was recruited, it was like a milestone meeting with teamwork that I had during the training camp that Mr. Komisarov mentioned. So this scouting was looking for me for several years, and they're looking for specific people for your discipline, the way you treat your life, the way you treat women, how educated you are, and many, many other factors are being taken into account. In NHL, and you can see several examples, there are legendary referees. So Garrett Rank, he is not just an NHL referee, he is a former hockey player, but also he is a great professional golf player who won the US and the Canadian championships, and he competes with Tiger Woods and the rest. Jake Brandt also used to be a hockey player. He was drafted. And Wes McCauley. It doesn't mean that these people get more chances than other people. It means that with this criteria that they use to find the right people, the most important is your sports background and your leadership properties. Anthropometry, of course, it's about your physical state, your muscle fibers, your height, your weight, and everything. It's all about your physical properties. So we pay special attention to a lot of details. Also, psychology is a top priority. You need to be a member of your team. You need to take part in the process. Not that you must be a good person for everyone. You need to know how to survive and how to compete. Professionalism, I think, is just a combination of all previous things. So these professional traits are being used to look for young guys, for young candidates who get their chance to take part in these combined training camps. Scouting departments are looking for these guys across the entire United States or Canada. Sometimes they live in a complete rural area with no hockey, but they dream to become a hockey referee, and there are certainly guys who want to become like a football referee, but they live in a village where there is no football pitch. So such campaigns allow us to find these talents with the scouting. These specialists, they visit different tournaments and they're looking for potential referees, and they give a chance to become a referee, to come to a training camp, to become a part of this melting pot. What they live about, what they drink, and how much they drink. So all these details are quite significant for their future. And to be honest, up to 30 years, guys are told that, like, man, we don't see you as a referee, and that's very fair. You are not delusioned. They say, yes, you can give it a try, but it will be like an amateur level, and you will do it only on weekends, and the rest of the day, just focus on finances, or you can become a construction worker. You can choose any life you want. And this selection process also exists. I don't want to compare what's better and what's worse, but at least we can get something and take away something from them. So this is the VR technology that I saw back in 2014. Maybe now it's even better, more improved. So these are 12, 14-year-old guys who are sitting with these headsets, helmets, and this technology is being used for quite a while. NFL, for example, use them to improve battle reaction, to improve quarterbacks' performances. It's being used in baseball, in hockey, in other disciplines. And when it comes to referees, we do it in the following way. So instead of a GoPro camera, they put this device, and the camera has a 360 degrees view. So you put the helmet on yourself and you just rotate your head and you can see any sector, and at your table, by just watching some videos, they see and analyze, and they're looking for a penalty. They don't even understand where to go. They just rotate their head, they can stand up, they can sit down, and then a mentor comes and sees, here you see there is a penalty. And without putting on the uniform, without going to ice, they develop certain skills, and it's a great technology, and it's very popular nowadays. I just wanted to share it with you.
Supervising, when I just started working, here's what I understood. When we start in school, some teachers seem strict to us, who gave us bad grades, and those who give us A's, straight A's, these teachers seem good to me. But if you are honest to yourself, and if you say to yourself that maybe you are lacking something, maybe you do not work enough, then you would perceive it properly in the right way, that a supervisor is a teacher. He can be strict, he can be kind, but any information, any criticisms that is thrown at you, you should process it, you should analyze that. If he's got this opinion, someone else might have the same opinion. And the distribution of roles that I saw in the National Hockey League, as when a specialist, skating specialist travels to a game, and the only thing he's looking at is what you're able to learn from this game. He will not talk to you about the positioning, about some missed incidents. He will talk to you about the skating movements that you should not do, not to waste time or not to waste the opportunity to take the right position. He will only speak to you about the thing that you can use in your work. And the supervisor can only speak about referees. Over these 3 periods, he will only look at the referee's work. Or sometimes there are supervisors who gave me personal tasks, so I was not very fluent in English back then, and I'm still not, but back then I was very reserved, very timid, and he told me, you should learn how to manage your body. When you move your head to the right or to the left, you are betraying yourself. When you talk to the coach and you do not use your body language, you are betraying yourself. And I was given short tasks. For example, when you talk to a coach, you do it in one way or another, keeping a certain distance with the coach. And a supervisor, he was focused on this thing only. He did not have any cards, he did not register the missed incidents or missed penalties. He only spoke about these factors, and we knew that today we can do whatever we want, and we will only be graded for the way we use our body language. Or we had a supervisor who only worked at the linesman. He was looking only at the other certain aspects of the game. I think that this approach is allowed to give you the right amount of information that you can analyze, that you're able to analyze. And what I want to say about the schedule, about the intensity of performance of work, it was very hard in the NHL. All the guys there, they have a sports background, they have a background in these sports, and they are all truly enthusiasts of sports. So I would like to tell you a story. When I returned home after a difficult away game, and I have a game in St. Louis, and I really want to sleep, and I get a phone call from one guy who is still an active referee, who's in his 50s. So we're in the gym. Are you joining us? What can I say? Of course I'm joining them. And they are not forced to do this. That's their philosophy. They know that sports is their life, and they must do this to remain there. Otherwise, you would not be able to do that. You would not be able to officiate 82 games, and that's just the regular season. And if we multiply it by 3, I mean, these are the traveling days. It's 200 days away from home. That's the crazy schedule. And only by being a professional, only by treating your body, yourself, properly, you will be able to withstand this workload. The preparation, the training, it should be in your brain, it should be there all the time. And you should participate in the league's activities and being a part of the league's activities, of the league's life, because we all do one common job, and everyone should do it honestly, should do it frankly. Publicity, social projects, I'm going to speak about them right now in more detail. These are the projects that are creating an image, because we've heard today that there is an image of a referee only from the bad standpoint, because a referee will be remembered when something bad happens. No one is going to speak about the referees in the good sense. But there are projects that I saw that showcase how good the referees can be. And it is being done voluntarily. No one is forcing them. No one is making them to do this, be involved in this. For example, this all-star games where referees are faced with media attention. This venue was packed, and they were answering the questions. Maybe you always wanted to ask a referee question on the social media, and now you can ask them face to face. And the foundation established by the referees, it still exists. It's Zebra Care that is helping children with cancer, with some severe diseases. The kids are invited to the referee's dressing room, and the media is not allowed there. But these children are allowed there. They are being given gifts. You can make it yourself because you know what kind of a child or a boy or a girl is going to be there, and you make an individual gift for them. And then when you go across an airport, I had a situation like that in Denver. I'm leaving the city. Yesterday, I officiated a game, and an old lady in her 70s is coming to me, and she asks me for an autograph. I thought she thought I was someone else, and I told her that, and she told me that I saw you. You were officiating a game yesterday, so I like you guys. And then I understood that this creates a good image of us, apart from hockey, off the rink, and it attracts attention to us as persons who are, well, making this world better. Here's an example of Dan O'Rourke, whose father was blind. He traveled 6-week fundraising bike ride. He attracted funding from various charitable foundations, and he did it by himself, spontaneously. And it also was in the media, and he became recognizable, and it makes our jobs useful apart from what we do in ice hockey. And summing up my story, so who's a referee from my point of view? It's an athlete, first of all, and in his heart, he's still an ice hockey player who is competing for this right to be the best in this team, team number 24, team number 28. It is a person who has to withstand irregular hours, who works as hard as a horse. He should understand what he needs. This person has a family, but he has to live outside the family for 200, sometimes more days per year. Should be stress resilient because you're always stressed in your place of work, and this person should be phenomenally healthy, that you should maintain at the high level. It should be disciplined both on the ring and off the ring. And when I talk to young referees who have just become referees, the discipline that you teach yourself in your everyday life, you're going to take it with you on the ice. So I always make them to be disciplined in everyday life with various recommendations. I'm not going to follow them everywhere to make sure that they are behaving properly, but if they are okay guys, the right stuff, then they should understand what I ask from them, and they will perceive it properly. Training sessions that we do, we should not be forced to do that. If you're a professional, you should understand if you like something, you go to the gym or you go somewhere to run, you're making some skating exercises. You should be honest to yourself. Physio procedures, massages, everything that you need, you are a coach to yourself, and you should understand that our work is impossible to measure in centimeters or in meters. We do not jump anywhere. We are not competing to pass some tests. We must be stable in what we do. We must be consistent in what we do. We do not want to face a lot of bad criticism where we influence the results somehow, but it's like being a sapper. We don't want these explosive devices to go up. If there are any questions, I'm ready to take them. Evgeny Ramasko is a Gagarin of our refereeing department. He was the first man and the only one who worked in the NHL, so maybe we're going to have German Titov. Maybe he's here with us today, who's going to follow in his footsteps. So those guys who will go to the NHL, maybe you can tell them something. Basically, your entire presentation consisted of those recommendations, what to do, how to behave, but maybe 3, 4, 5 main things that will help them to do their best in there. There is never a limit. If you reach something, for example, you officiated the final game in the youth league, then just zero yourself down. You start from scratch tomorrow. Tomorrow there will be another chance, and you must not miss this chance. So sometimes you're given one chance. The luckiest of us might get two chances, but nevertheless, you must understand that all you have accomplished is zeroed out, so you must keep moving to new horizons in your professional activity.
Да, Женя, Светилов Игорь, помогаю развиваться судьям в Тульской области. Скажите, пожалуйста, какой-нибудь пример?
Can you give us an interesting example? Because mentality in North America is different in comparison with Russia. Maybe you can tell us some couple of stories, 2 or 3 stories that where you understand that is a drastic difference between refereeing here and refereeing there. Something really interesting. Is there anything, any example, right example? Well, it's not a secret that American mentality is different from Russian mentality. I can speak about my kid. Maybe I will not give you a full answer to your question, but maybe it will be a way to explain that it all starts with school, with the way we raise children. So in the school where my daughter attended, it changed her drastically. Over those 4 years she attended school, she never heard no. For example, if the entire class is writing something and she wants to draw, she will never be forbidden to draw this. And the teacher would approach her and would tell her, okay, finish drawing and then join the others in completion of their task. That's how they raise creative people. Sometimes we might think that they are freer or something. So yes, the mentality is different. As for the rookie referees, the advice I can give them, don't be afraid to make a mistake. Some guys are afraid of missing a penalty, so maybe they think that where the bad penalty is much worse. And a lot of kids, they don't have this understanding. And when Jake Brennan in North America is coming, he's a former player. And out of the recent examples, Corey Servat, he has never officiated anything. And us, the guys who were at the training camp back then, we thought it was not fair. He played yesterday. He used to hold the puck. He has never officiated, and now he is receiving a contract with the NHL, with the American Hockey League. But he has now gotten a full-fledged contract just because he was told how to fill this hockey IQ that we've taught. He still had this hockey IQ, this match understanding, game understanding, because he can speak to a GM at a different level. That's the main idea of the NHL when they recruit former players who used to be draft picked, who used to play at the higher level. So they behave differently in this business. They speak differently to the players they used to play against. They speak differently against the superstars they used to play against. Wes McCauley, he used to be draft picked by Detroit Red Wings. He even scored a goal for Detroit. I'm not sure, but I think he did. That's what makes them different. They behave in a different manner. That's all. And when young kids are coming to us, they understand that they have not accomplished anything. Yes, that's why they behave differently. I'm not saying that they should be given a crown to put on their hand, but they should work on this mentality. If today we have a therapist, a psychologist, maybe they should use this specialist to talk to them to behave differently in this area somehow. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Evgeny Romasko, the speaker that we have, and we continue to speak about the topic Evgeny has mentioned, fitness preparation and experience of it. Our next speaker is Ivan Fektista, fitness coach, the expert of the fitness preparation of the KHL. Let's give a warm welcome to Ivan. Hello, everyone. Using this opportunity, I would like to speak about the Vladimir socks. I thought you We'll be speaking about my fitness level. Well, we have not tested you. After this speech, I would want to become a referee myself. It's really hard to follow this kind of presentation, this kind of motivational speech. So this big round button does not seem to work. A couple of words about myself. I used to work with football referees for 4 years. I worked with a team of my colleagues, of my peers. We are trying to build a similar system in the Continental Hockey League among the referees. So currently I'm a fitness coach for the referees of the Continental Hockey League and the senior coach in the physical training best athlete program. We've spoken about the fact that there is no profile for an ice hockey referee. Unfortunately, this is true in football. There is a lot of data for football referees. They were analyzed from all sides. The intensity of their running, the number of accelerations they make. Unfortunately, here in ice hockey, we basically make everything from scratch, and I have to do it myself to create this template to develop this profile the ice hockey referee should be developed in correspondence with. And ice hockey platform, you are giving great stats on ice hockey players. Give us more on ice hockey referees, not just total distance, because that's not enough. If we look at some total distance, the number of kilometers an ice hockey referees covering, our football counterparts can say that the ice hockey referee distance and football referee distance is more or less similar. 11 kilometers in average the referee is covering during the game. Linesman a little bit less, but the intensity of their actions is bigger. The number of acceleration of sprints a linesman is making is more than what the referee is making. Number of accelerations, so far, it is just the draft data that we have. We are still accumulating the data to be able to analyze this data and to give some recommendations to referees. But in general, it's 30 to 70 accelerations per game, and I have not seen speed higher than 32 kilometers per hour. If we compare ice hockey player Connor McDavid, or McDavid is doing 40 kilometers per hour with no trouble. Of course, the referee does not have to be as fit as a hockey player. These are different profiles, and they move in a different way, because ice hockey, they play in shifts. He makes some explosive actions for 1 minute, and then he's resting. And with the referee, the activity that they are involved in, so it's slower, but they have no rest. They have no time to drink some water during the period, during the game. And the intensity of actions with the ice hockey referee is a little bit smaller. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to withstand 3-4 periods and some extra time, some overtime, if they run as fast, as intensive as ice hockey players. And high-intensity zones, heart rate statistics on average for the referees, 38 minutes per game so far from the data that we have, and for a linesman it's some 50 minutes in zones 4 or 5. We move on. And that's what we could use to calculate the number of acceleration. We do not have that many tools. So far, we only have the Polar system to use to analyze the data. We look at this graph, at these peaks, as the practice shows, they coincide with some actions that the referees are making. Obviously, during the game, throughout the game, the heartbeat rate is higher than during regular training, because you are in a stressful situation, you have to communicate with the players, you are nervous, so there is always some psychological pressure that has an impact on the average heartbeat rate that you have. But those peaks, it is difficult to make them artificially. And when I watch a game, when I put down a number of accelerations and then I try to compare it with the graph that I see after the game is over, and I have this information in my system, on my computer. So this acceleration, they coincide with this because hopefully I'm not making any mistakes in my calculations, and hopefully the number of acceleration coincide with what I have said. So what do we learn from the Russian science? So sometimes I go to the e-library platform and I'm trying to read something about this, and I read about some funny things. One of the recent article written in 2019, they were analyzing activity of referee, and we can see here it says that during the KHL games, the referees are covering 3,100 meters per game. It does not really correspond to what we see now from the ice hockey system or what we can read in the foreign magazines. Only one article from 1999 is in line with what we can see from the statistics that we get. And this work from 1996, the referees from the Youth Hockey League, so they cover bigger distances than the KHL referees 30 years later, which looks quite funny, but okay, let's continue. Why do we need all this data? Why do we collect all this data? You must understand, Immanuel Kant used to say that the science develops when you use math in this discipline, and you can only control what you can count. When we tell you make some exercise 3 times by 15 times, why 15 times? Why not 9 accelerations but 11 accelerations, and so on and so forth? When we get data, we can use the foundation, we can build certain training models, certain profiles, certain templates. In this particular case, we're speaking about ice hockey referees. That's why we need this data. Secondly, speeding up the game, increasing its intensity is self-explanatory. We are going to speak about this in more detail later. Understanding of what a game is, and when we get this data, we must understand that things that you are doing during a game, the workload that you're doing throughout the game, it should not be an additional stressor for you, because otherwise it will have an impact on the decisions that you make. In training, you must prepare yourself for the fact that the game for you is a regular training, at least from the fitness point of view. I'm not speaking about the psychological factors, because that's always a stressor, but it should not be a stressor physiologically, especially when you have 3 to 4 games per week. Otherwise, you are going to have a difficult time. If it's physically stress for you, you will not last long, and you will not be able to work long. If we speak about the number of years you can work as a referee. The graph of one of the referees of the Continental Hockey League, it's a good example. We can see here that's the game model over the last few weeks, and average data on the number of minutes in the zones 4 and 5 where he spends, and the weekly workload, average weekly workload in the training process here. That was a recovery week. The referee did the right thing. Then the developing week, the referee is doing more in the high-intensity zones that are helping them to build this platform to make sure that the game is not a stressor for him from the fitness point of view. As for the change of the speed of the game, we can speak about any sports in this regard, football or volleyball, but in ice hockey there is one more thing, that there is a technology that can make the game faster. If you look at the sticks 10 years ago, they are different than the sticks that are being manufactured now. They are more flexible, they are lighter. If you look at the ice skates, they allow players to be more comfortable, to be more precise in their actions. And that's why they can skate faster, and that's why the game becomes faster. A good article, I have links if you're interested, you can read this article. And if we speak about the speed of the game in general, not only about the technology, to just verify this idea, good article from 2020 by our Canadian counterparts. They decided to see how the pace of play is changing from one year to another. If we look at the NHL season of 2017-2018, already next year, the pace was higher. So every year, the game is becoming faster. And if the referee is not up to this task, then, well, I'm sorry, we will have to look for someone else who will be up to this task. Obviously, never a referee would be a great athlete, a great skater, because if we only had referees who run fast or jump high, it would have been awful. So we need to find some compromise between the understanding of the game, of the things the referee can anticipate, things he can predict, and if he is able to catch up with the game, there should be this compromise somehow. And the game data that we have, it is correct for all the disciplines. The data that we collect during the game, they do not reflect the fitness level of the referee, because you just follow the actions during the game. So you cannot say that if referee is spending more time in the high-intensity zones, he is better fit than someone else. No, it doesn't work like that, because then you test these referees and they are showing better results during the testing than what they showed during the game. We continue. We are going to speak about some methods of training methods that are very important for an ice hockey referee. Strength training, the number one thing that is helping, the strength training is helping us with injury prevention. It allows a referee to work longer, if we speak about the number of years, and if by the age of 50 a referee is in such a shape where they don't have a lot of injury, where they are well trained, and they will never have to retire in this age, and they will look well. We have this example both in football and in ice hockey. Preventing conflict situations in ice hockey, it's obviously, so what's the difference between ice hockey and football? In ice hockey, referees should be bigger, because it's impossible to stop a fight or a conflict or a mass confrontation in ice hockey if you are too weak, if you're too small. That's why an ice hockey referee must lift some weights, and a football referee does not have to do that, for example. Like strength, those who skate faster, they do not only are more frequent in their actions, they have a stronger push. That's what gives you a bigger speed. And a 30. If there is a person with a 30% of fat, and he wants to tell the ice hockey players how they should play, for an ice hockey player it will be more difficult to perceive them in comparison with a very fit referee. You don't have to have a six-pack, you don't have to be a model, but you should somehow look like an athlete at least. And ice hockey players will then tell them how to officiate in the proper way. There are two ways. You can establish your authority using your charisma, using your personal traits. For example, in football, we had Pierluigi Collina. I look at his pictures and I feel scared, but not everyone has these skills. I think it's a more difficult path rather than you just go to a gym and you try to train hard and become a little bit stronger and bigger. These are simple things. As for the injury prevention, that's there is only one article about ice hockey referees that I could find where they studied the injuries among the ice hockey referees, and the Most prominent injuries were wrist and palm injuries and head and face injuries. These are contact injuries when they get hit by puck or when they get hit by a player. And knee injuries as well, so we can draw a conclusion from this. If you have stronger legs, it is much more likely that your knee would stay in place if you have a stronger hip. And the conclusion is simple. The injury prevention programs, particularly strength training, significantly reduce the risk of injury. And those referees who take a break from training, I'm running a little bit ahead of myself. We are going to speak about periodization later. They will also feel better and they will suffer fewer injuries than those referees who train all year round. But we are not doing that. I don't think that anyone here is training all year round. The factors of the injuries, these are contact injuries, some accidental hits against referees. That's something that we can try to control if we are focused, if we are concentrated. And then again, we are speaking about skating skills here. Since I worked with ice hockey players individually, many of them, even at the highest level, they still attend skating classes individually. And I believe that the referee must be very skilled in skating. Without that, they would not be able to avoid these contacts with the players sufficiently. And on contact injuries, that's always when there is a change of directions, when you try to stop, trying to change the direction and your ankle is staying there. And the surface problems, for example, there is some pothole on the ice surface. If you have stronger legs, the chance that you're going to be seriously injured is smaller. As for the speed, why is that important? The prevention of conflicts. For example, if I'm mistaken, just correct me. One of the missions of a linesman is to prevent various conflicts as soon as possible. Am I right? And if you skate slowly, then they will have a fight, they will drink some tea, and then only then you will arrive and they will say, guys, I'm sorry, I'm too late for the action. So, referee's job is to stop these conflicts from escalating, and the best option is to stop them from happening. And for a linesman, it's perfect to be in the perfect position to award offside position. And in one Canadian article, I saw that the distance should be 4 to 6 meters from the puck. If it's in your area of responsibility, if I'm mistaken, please correct me. I'm just referring to one article I read. Move quickly out of the dangerous zone if necessary to avoid collisions with the players or the puck. And as I said previously, if you can change the direction if you're skating fast, then the risk of getting hit by some big player is much lower. Endurance, here we can divide it into two categories. That's why ice hockey player would not be able to become a perfect referee right away. From the point of view of the muscle endurance, he would be fit better than any referee probably, but from the cognitive point of view, to be able to concentrate, to stay focused, because when I look at the polar records, sometimes there are 4 hours of these records, so to stay focused for 4 hours is very difficult. And when you train in high-intensity level, then you are getting better, then you are progressing. So it's not enough just to be able to run straight, because the muscles that the ice hockey players are using and the referees are using, they are different. So you're using hip muscles and other stabilizers. And as for the training, the perfect solution is the ice surface or slide boards where you can imitate some skating movements, and the bicycle. And only after that you should run on some kind of flat surface that most likely is not going to develop the muscles that you're going to need, but still it will yield some result. But cognitive endurance is a little bit different. is a different thing. So you need to make decisions, even the simplest decisions. For example, there is a switch tone application for mobile phones. You can do any exercise and then it will show you where you should move quickly or what you need to touch, some kind of button or something. So you don't have to be trained, regularly trained for this. So you're running, it's hard, and then you just endure. But here you're running, it's difficult for you, and you need to make a decision. For the referee, it should always be a priority rather than a regular training. And supplements, food supplements, caffeine, for example, you need to be able to work with these with caffeine properly. It might also help you. The control instruments, control tools that we're using in the Continental Hockey League, not that many of them. Polar H10, the heart rate monitor, and then there is the phone application, Kubios HRV. I like this application best because it gives you a lot of data, interesting data that we can use to assess the variability of the heart rate during the rest periods and the efficiency of how your body performs at a certain moment. And the RPE questionnaire, which is a subjective thing that you cannot replace with anything else. You must always connect the data that you're getting with the subjective perception of an athlete. For example, you might see that your athlete is a referee stayed in the red zone throughout the training, and you think it was hard for him, and then you ask him after the training session, he goes, well, it's fine for me, I can do the same 1 hour later. And then you understand that it's all individual. Due to some reasons, this athlete is going to have a different graph in comparison with an average athlete of his discipline. So you must take this into consideration always. The algorithm of training procedures, it is going to be much more difficult in the next season. You will be able to choose a training profile. I'm not going to spend too much time speaking about this. For example, a referee has 1 game per week. What can we recommend them? For example, before that, he had rest. He didn't have much training. So we tell him, you should active recovery training, for example, some bicycle or some other exercise for the dynamic mobility, maybe to work with the core muscles. The strength training is also mandatory, and a high-intensity interval training, since you only have 1 game per week, and you must somehow to stay in shape in case you will need to officiate 4 games per week, and now you have only 1 game per week and you have nothing else. And we are going through this phase now. So why the referee's training is different from just being an athlete? Let's speak about the team sports. So we have players, you keep them under control, you have a training, you set certain parameters that they use in their exercises. They do what you want, and here, to make them do what you want, first you must explain them why you need this. Person must do this, and only after that they will do this. You cannot just take them by the hand and tell them, you do this today, not what you wanted to do in some different way. And it takes time, so it's a path that you should walk, but that's something we should arrive. That's a process that will take time. So as for the periodization, which is very important in ice hockey, because there are many games, much more games than in football. You can try to work 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks in a row when you have 4 games per week, but that's a huge workload for your head, for your decision-making mechanism. So there are certain general, simple periodization models, and we are trying to introduce the periodization model that is called 3+1, where you have 3 intensive weeks, where you officiate 4 games, or you have some heavy training. You're trying to improve your fitness, and then 1 week is mandatory to take some rest, to calm down, to bring your inner systems in order, to ensure that they are ready to serve you in the future, because otherwise, instead of making 1 step forward, you will make 10 steps back. We don't need this. And as an example of a microcycle, a season, 1 game per week, for example, we have a game on Monday. Next day, we are going to have a recovery training, because active recovery in 99% of all cases is going to be better than just sleep some more or to have some passive recovery. Then we have a rest day. On Thursday, we have a strength training, then rest day again. On Saturday, we have some high-intensity interval training in case we do not have another game on Sunday. A very simple training algorithm. If you follow this, the referee would feel just splendidly.
So, and now about heart rate monitoring and the way we can visualize it. It's a special marker that helps us to understand what happens with referees. A few parameters. So here we have RMSSD, index heart rate, quality of sleep and quality of fatigue, but this is very subjective. RMSSD is used to calculate the readiness index, so they are interconnected. It's a try to connect objective data with the subjective data that a referee is trying to articulate, and we can see that a person didn't have enough sleep on the 4th of April, and on the 5th of April we see that his readiness index went down. It's just one marker how your sleep can influence your state. And in that case, we can say that probably it's not the right thing to have a strength training. Do something easier, just relax. You don't have enough conditions to set new records. And if we take a look at the combined chart, here we can see some good correlations. The same, these can be applied. For example, if a person had a high interval training or strength training, we will see that the readiness index will go down. So it's kind of assessment of where we are in the stress situation, or our systems regulated stress, they coped with it, and they are ready to face another stress. This is very simplified, but I believe it's clear. We can see the same for the quality of sleep and how readiness index went down, and also we can see that the heart rate went down, and in that situation we could tell to a referee that you need to relax and or to have some light training. What's next for us, and what's already made and what will be used in the future? It's the injury map building. We already have it. The goal is to integrate it, to implement it, because if we started it right away, if we just full out this injury map with a lot of data, we will not go anywhere. That's why we do it step by step, and injury map will allow us to understand what's happening with the referee. Maybe he has an injury or a discomfort in a certain region. And from that, we can give him recommendations, a set of recommendations to correct his training program. And also, it's a data collection tool that we can use to write scientific papers. Why not? Integration of everything that I mentioned, number of trainings, graphs, heart rate, into a single system, because it is very difficult to process these data manually, to get this information from different systems. You can't calculate the number of accelerations manually. We need to have an algorithm or AI algorithm that can be used for it, and you will only control and correct it if the system goes wrong. Possibility of independent choice of workout or exercises depending on key points. For example, if a referee knows that his heart rate is very high, he needs to switch to a different type of exercises, and out of the big list of exercises he can pick up anything he sees appropriate. And finally, Mind Map, it's a multifactorial algorithm to build a training process, and all these interconnections are written there and they are digitalized. It's very important as well. And that's it from my side. Thank you for your attention. So thank you very much, Ivan Feoktistov. It was quite relevant and interesting to listen to you. A fundamental question, you started with it actually, and my question is, we don't have enough data, or there is no data at all about hockey referees, and unlike football, we are lagging behind. And what's the main difficulty of integrating such systems in hockey refereeing? We need to ask people who do sports analytics for a reason. We have ice hockey platform, it's a decent platform, but what's the problem? In order to see some data from games on referees, like their maximum speed and total mileage, and you can't do it. So to see information about a referee, you need to pick up the game, to choose the referee, and then to manually download data about his performance. So you have to do everything manually, yes. It's a big problem. So for those who didn't hear it, by the way, we need to say massive thank you to you for your presentation. And when it comes to TV commentators, maybe we can have the same system for them, because sometimes they mix things up. So yes, you appoint us to 7th game in a row, and looks like we are not ready, completely unready. So data collection was initially built for big data collection for referees, and in the KHL we realized that the gap was filled with psychology, with tests and different parameters, and we don't use any data collection tools. So we stopped at the moment when we have to collect data on referees in bigger volumes, and when we have to apply a more scientifically oriented approach, because sometimes when you ask any referee how he is doing, he says, I'm okay, so, and the data are okay as well. But when we started to use a polar heart monitor, we get a table, a spreadsheet, and we see which referees need to have some rest and which referees can get even more load. But these are different people, those who will analyze the statistics. Yes, we start from top to bottom. We start with professional referees, and then we just go deeper and deeper, and until we reach the level of grassroots sports. And we need to find a scientific approach. Now we're at the data collection stage. Next year we will upgrade the system, we will understand what we have, and I will unveil you a secret that we were arguing about the body mass index inside our organization. So we have a referee in a good shape, and we believe that the BMI is in average. He says that he is in the perfect shape. So even in these things we start to argue. So that's the next step, how to apply science. We don't have a benchmark how to measure the composition of a referee. Then we will break them down into referees and linesmen. So, but it's a different case. So you gave us a lot of information about the training process, but you several times mentioned a schedule of KHL referees who officiate 3 or 4 games. They want to have a training, but where to find free time to have training sessions? So sometimes they want just to have a sleep, and then his peers bring him to a sports gym. So does it mean that we officiate in winter and we train in summer? No, sometimes strength training are being held right after the game because you don't have any more time. You have a game every 2 days, but without these trainings you will not basically be able to cope with it. You can't just use what you had during the preseason preparation. So can I ask a question? In your view, so we've got some results, preliminary results, and what is the appropriate number of games that a referee can officiate? So I can't tell you exactly. It's not possible. I can't tell you at the moment because we need more data. We need to find a correlation between referees and games. We need to have a big array of data, analyze it, and then we will come up with some recommendations. Did you do such work for football referees? It's confidential information. Well, okay, we will ask Mr. Turbin, and let's give a round of applause to Ivan Feoktistov. In hockey, there are 3 periods and 2 breaks, and now the second period is over, and it's time to have some break. Though we will continue in 10 minutes, and we will be back here at 14:46 local time. Thank you. Dear friends, we would like to continue if you don't mind. There are some empty seats, but I'm pretty sure that more people will come, so we are at the almost finishing line. We're in the third period and some things will be a little bit different from what we had before. So today we mentioned psychology a lot, and of course this is one of the most important aspects. From a professional point of view, we are going to discuss this topic. Optimal and effective psychological combinations of hockey referees, results of a study. We are going to have two speakers, if I'm not mistaken, Yevgeny Litvinov and Yeskov Konstantin. They are researchers from the Institute of Medical and Biological Issues of Russian Academy of Sciences. Hello, dear colleagues, thank you for your attention. Unfortunately, there will be only one speaker. That's me. I am Yevgeny Litvinov, Laboratory of Social and Cognitive Psychology, Institute of Medical and Biological Issues, Russian Academy of Sciences. So our institute is famous for preparing people for dangerous professions such as cosmonauts, small groups, operators who have to work in harsh conditions. And sports psychology experience, and let me take the clicker. So our sporting experience comes from the sporting psychology, and it shows us that among sporting teams and people who are in the difficult conditions have a lot of in common, because they have to make decisions under stress, the same level of emotional pressure, and situations that require fast reaction. So here we also mention several competences that referees should comply with in terms of strength and conditioning readiness, but we would like to talk about psychological aspects. So first is decision-making under high emotional pressure. So a game is a difficult process that requires to make fast decisions so that the process remains dynamic and stays within the rules. At the same time, referees have to be calm, they need to interpret rules correctly, and also they need to be consistent with their decision-making, no matter how intense the game is or no matter how big the pressure on them is. Also, referees work in collectives, because the game needs coordination between the members of the refereeing team, and they need to ensure a decent joint operation task. So when a referee is on the ice, he has to translate authority and respect that will be authority and respect that should be respected by hockey players, by spectators, referees, coaches, to avoid unprofessional behavior or misconduct or penalties. Also, it is very important to mention management of emotions, because ice hockey is a very emotional game with a lot of emotional reactions from spectators, from our hockey players, from referees, from coaches. And if you are able to manage to control your emotions, it will be much easier for you to officiate. You need to understand your emotions, to correct them and to guide them. Another very important thing is consistency and fairness. No matter regardless the roster and the time left, you have to be consistent with your decisions that will be distributed across all hockey players, coaches and fans. Very frequently, difficult situations can be overcome through the advanced communication skills. communication is about articulating your motivation of your decisions. It's an ability to talk to hockey players, to coaches, to stay calm and to retain control of the entire game. Resilience to critics. So sometimes decisions are not very popular and you don't have to let yourself down. You have to be consistent with your decision making. You have to articulate your vision through your professional competences. You have to make people respect your decisions. It's a very important skill. Yes, there is critics, but you have to know how to cope with this criticism. So the goal of our study was to prepare the most efficient referees pairs, given the psychological traits and characteristics. So there were actually two tasks to prepare the most effective professional pairs for servicing important matches, taking into account psychological characteristics, and to ensure an increase in the level of professional coherence of the refereeing. And methods that we used was proved in space psychology, and it went through several reincarnations or reiterations. So first, this complex methodology was used for forming joint space flights after Gagarin, when several people went to outer space and we had to coordinate their actions given the characteristics, the fitness preparation, mental preparation, mental state, and so on and so forth. We used tablet versions, and on the left you can see an example of how we work with referees from the KHL 2022, end of 2022, and the same methodology is being applied for crew members of the International Space Stations. So apart from that, there was a preliminary psychological survey conducted. We wanted to find typical temperaments, and we found out, as expected, most of referees correspond to two types, and the distribution is the following. So 50% is major hockey league, and 61% is KHL group. And what's typical about it? So there is an ESTJ type. I'm not going to tell you what exactly it means. And the interpretation is, it is characterized by the following description: very strongly connected to the environment, responsible, organized, realistic, exceptional ability to organize and manage processes, good administrators. And ISTJ differs only in basic introverted orientation and is characterized by the following description: decisive in critical situations, rule keepers, good guardians, extraordinarily persistent and reliable people. So a very typical and well-known psychological portrait, and the rest of categories are required to have some kind of variety, because if the group is monolith, it will be less resilient. It doesn't mean that we have to select only these people. We need to find the right balance, and as we can see, people who are on the same page, they can easily reach an agreement, Also, we have carried out a study of the psychological climate inside the group. So we asked them to fill out sociometric questionnaires to find out the type of relationship. So they work in pairs, and they had to select pairs given their relations. And we divided the groups by relationship type. There were 4 of them. The 5th one is a little bit controversial, so we will not take it into account. So like the first one is prioritization of professionalism, how I interpret their professional skills. So in certain relations, we value people's professionalism higher than personal individual traits. And the reverse category is the priority to relations. So when you value your personal relations higher than professionalism because it's just much more comfortable for you to stay with such people. Antagonists, they are marked each other's low level of professionalism, at the same time indirectly noting relationship problems. So a good professional and a good person, these are just perfect relations. And next, we used the homeostat methodology, and we found out that the most effective in the KHL group were people who had more priority towards professional skills. So they valued professional skills more than personal relations. On the 5th place, they were antagonists in the KHL group, so it's a competing motivation. In the major hockey leagues, the distribution is a little bit different. Antagonists are in the priority. So these are people who do not value professionalism and personal skills. And on the 2nd place, prioritization of relationships. So what conclusions can we make? So for professional referees, it is typical, especially when it comes to male groups, people of certain type of a certain type of temperament prevail, which is the most suitable for carrying out professional activities. In other groups, so there are people from the same group that are dominating. So for different groups, a different level of motivation is more typical. So for major hockey league, and we talked to people from MHL, so their motivation was to make it to the KHL. That was a driver for them. So that's why this motivational environment lead to the fact that antagonistic relations are more resulting in cooperation. But when it comes to the KHL, for people from KHL, professionalism was more valued than individual skills. So we actually were nominated to the national contest Gold Psyche in the category Tool of the Year 2023. So now we are looking forward to getting results of our work. That's it as far as my presentation is concerned. Thank you very much for your attention.
Микрофон, да. Сзади, Евгений.
Скажите, вот вы участвовали в этом исследовании вместе с судьями?
You participated in this study with the KHL referees. For example, if I have incompatibility with some other person, is this a final verdict and I'm not going to work together with this guy, even though we might communicate well? Off the ring, we have never worked before together. So is this a verdict? And the second part of my question, if, for example, is there a way to overcome this? It's not a verdict, obviously. We come from the assumption that people can be most efficient with wasting less effort. So with the high motivation to accomplish something, such person can work with anyone, but they will have to use more of their mental resource. It will cause them to be more anxious, more nervous, and we want people to be comfortable when interacting with someone else. So it's not a verdict, it's more of a recommendation. As you can see, antagonism is the strong driver. If you cannot work with someone else, it does not mean that the process will be bad. You know, it's more about the management of the situation. when you create this artificial competition that makes the process more efficient. So it can be both an advantage and a disadvantage, and we need to understand that. And it's a very thin line. It's a very sensitive issue. It is important to have good communication because you cannot be ordered to be friends or be partners with someone. It comes from practice. It comes from experience. And why do we antagonize someone? We get a certain idea about a person, but after we know them better, we get to know them better, it changes. So it can help working together. It can help to smooth out these negative trends. What can I do to help us to bring us closer together, or it is going to stay like this forever? Well, about some exact things to do, we presented this report to the management, to the board of the KHL, to give them more information, to make decisions, knowledgeable decisions, educated decisions. I just think we can comment this in the following fashion, answering your second question. What can you do? It's most likely a question for the manager who will possess this information, and if they know that maybe you do not really work well together due to certain traits, then maybe you will be given a chance to work together to see how it goes. From my practice, I can say that I have a list of referees where I had some complications working together, but I can give you an example. We had a bad game together, and then I might add him to a blacklist, and then we officiate 5, 6 more games together. We develop a better sense of each other. Then I can remove him from this blacklist. So to me, I don't really understand what do I do to analyze the situation, to put a person into a certain, to add a person into a certain list. It's about mental durability, being resilient to criticism. If you know about your certain traits, you don't have to change partners all the time because it will not yield any good, potentially. As for the cohesion, yes, you can work on that while you work together more and more. And we notice certain trends, but it's also a dynamic trait. So after a time, if we will reanalyze the situation, I cannot guarantee you that we are going to get the similar results because people are living beings. So we presented a recommendation for 1 season for 6 months. And then using these tests and some other methods of this homeostat, it can allow us to anticipate the situation over this period. And then we need to rework it. We need to analyze it once more, because that's not a law that is going to exist forever. Typological characteristics of a person, it's not an eye color. It's a state that depends on the atmosphere around a person, it depends on the people around this person. So we are trying to find people who work together best from the professional point of view, from the mental point of view. So since I was a participant in this process, the main task and the main request from the management was we did not have a task to find perfect couples who can work perfectly together. The task that we had to make sure that everyone can work with everyone else, that was the main idea. I think that's the main idea, main conclusion from this study. I think it's important to disengage yourself from this rules. I'm looking at Evgeny Ramasko, so I can see a person who's trying to analyze in advance, but how do you disengage yourself from, it doesn't matter who I work with, not to add this other person to any lists or to remove this other person from the list? Well, it brings us back to the teamwork. We must be sure that everyone is professional in our team, that everyone is professional in their preparation, preparing for the process, for the games, and so on and so forth. Well, as much as I'm part of the refereeing process, and you've mentioned this as well, that you need to communicate. Referees have to communicate with the players, with the coaches, and so on and so forth. And it begs the question, why do we have to communicate with them? If I have rules, if I only act on rules, why should I waste my time, my energy? Sometimes they do not even hear you because, you know, in the heat of the moment, they don't really listen to what's going around. Well, that's an eternal question. Do we follow the spirit of the law or the gist of the law, the word of the law? And then we should think about why do we have these rules, to make sure that the game is flowing, that everyone is enjoying the game within the limitations that are not violating the borders of the other participants. I think this is the goal.
Включите там, Александрович, да, вправо, да, на минус.
As for the communication, you know what? Players should not see a referee as an enemy. They should see a referee as a partner. And the only way to ensure this is communication. When you use this communication to send this message, I'm not your enemy, I'm trying to help. And then the game management element is becoming easier because players then understand that the referee is not their enemy. He wants to help. But he's not a friend either. He's not, obviously. So this level of communication, there is a certain limitation to this, but it is essential because via communication, for example, I'm watching a football game. Billionaires are playing football and they are crowding the referee, and he's just standing there, then he's saying something, and everyone is going away. What does it mean? They see this and they know these limits. Of course, the heat of the moment when everyone is emotional, because one person is calm and you look at this person and you calm down yourself. And when he guides you, not speaking only about regulations, not only speaking about the rules, then it's becoming psychologically comfortable for the players and for the referees. That's why we need communication to smooth this out. Because when we are dealing with such an emotional sports as ice hockey. Alexander Andropov, the head of the supervisors department, I would like to say that it's a very interesting topic, communication. We always speak about this during our supervisors training camps before the start of the season. It's a very important topic, and it's sensitive to some of the referees because developing communication, establishing communication with the players, and Konstantin was speaking about this. He used this great saying when he said that the supervisors and referees is a team that participates in the competitions and it should deliver a good result by working together. It would be interesting to have this connectivity study, compatibility study between supervisors and referees as well, because when you look at the result that we have just seen, we see that sometimes they are not compatible with each other, they're incompatible. You cannot get the best result if you work in the team where people are not compatible with each other. So maybe with this study we can create really comfortable conditions, circumstances for the referees where it would be really convenient for them, comfortable for them to work with a certain person, not to work with someone else. I'm speaking about supervisors and referees specifically. And we are going to have a number of these couples because an officiating coach, a supervisor, he's going to work with all these types. A lot of incompatibility. Yes, it's an interesting suggestion. We are ready to work on this and to provide resources to ensure that we are going to come up with the relevant information as for suggestion. And as for the compatibility, we studied the rowers and rowing athletes, and it was interesting to notice that a person can behave comfortably, confidently in one environment. He can work for the team, but this very same person in the other environment, he does not feel comfortable, and it is all about a team building. There are no bad people or good people separately. You should look for people who would work in a certain environment, within a certain team. Then it would be good for everyone. I would like to thank our colleague for providing us yet another golden psyche. And I would like to thank all the colleagues, all the participants of our study, of our research. Thank you, Evgeny.
Давайте продолжим. Да, нормально работает.
Так, продолжаем. Психологический профиль судьи, диагностический модуль. Наш следующий спикер
To speak about the psychological profiles of a referee, diagnostic module, we are going to have Igor Vasilyev, the deputy head of the medical psychological support of the national teams of the Russian Federation. Hello, I would like to start with words of gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to this event. It's a unique chance to share this experience that we have in the professional sports as a psychologist. Our Department of the Medical and Psychological Support for the national teams was established in 2010. And it works with the athletes of the national teams during the training sessions and competitions, during international competitions, including the Olympic Games. The objective of our department and of our specialists is to prepare, to support, to perform diagnostics. We work with the requests from the coaches, from the teams that we work with. We have experience of working with the Russian Ice Hockey Federation since 2016. We have been performing the diagnostics of the referees of various levels, including in the Continental Hockey League. You can see here the pictures of the diagnostic session that we performed. I think it's KHL in Novogorsk, the training venue. I think it was in 2016. And after this research and after the certain adjustment that we used, we have the feedback devices. We have compiled a big report about the adaptation skills, about the interaction between the referees. In our opinion, it is our opinion, I would like to emphasize this, for successful performance, a referee must have highly developed attention skills, to have a high work capacity, resilient to high workload, which would allow them in a short period of time to make correct decisions. And good attention span will ensure that he keeps the situation under control. And to look for these parameters, we diagnosed the referees on a number of parameters. First of all, these are personal traits, individual levels of attention, the anxiety level is what kind of anxiety, teamwork skills, and professional burnout as well. To which extent, at the moment, this referee is tired with their profession, with what they do. And is it possible for this referee to recover from this burnout? And the fitness condition, we use psychological and physical parameters to analyze, and we use the heartbeat rate to analyze this. Our colleagues were speaking about this method. Our experience in the professional sports show that it's a non-specific type of the research, and a number of parameters should be followed to help us understand what had an impact on their states, so we use special questionnaires. We're looking at the dynamic analysis. We have a vast experience in this area, experience that we are willing to share if someone is interested. Since I'm a specialist on the devices, on the hardware, I'm going to speak more about the devices and what software we use in professional sports, what issues we are faced with, and how we overcome them. The key issue that we faced from the beginning is the using of the questionnaires with the time limit that we had and with the number of people that we had to question. In the training camp, we had to work in the hotels or at some training venues, but our IT department, we use an open source solution. It's something like Google Form equivalent that we installed on our servers, and it's a protected data, and we can create any kind of questionnaire using this software, and we can even perform it remotely. If you follow this QR code, you can pass this test, and then we are going to receive the data to our protected server. And we will be able to analyze this data in various formats, so we can only recommend this. NeuroTracker, Canadian software, which is very good to assess the attention span and short-term memory. The idea is that in 3D space, you have these balls flying around in certain space, and you need to remember the sequence of numbers that is written on these balls. It's a very interesting tool. It works well, but when you work with this software, when you launch it, you must establish a connection with the server in Canada, because without that, the program wouldn't work. It's a problem, and then the price is an issue, of course. And since we are not able to continue working with this software, so we approached the Neurosoft, and they created a 2D model, and 6 months later, when they had more people available, they've built a 3D model with more functions, and they did it free of charge. And now it's an Psychotest complex that you can acquire. What's the advantage? We can combine various colors and the numbers and the size, and we still work in the same logic. So the process is becoming faster if the person is successful, and the balls are disappearing if the person is not successful. And we are gaining more parameters of success, of how efficient the person works with this program, because Canadian equivalent is giving you only one parameter, an average speed. That's all. And Schufried Vienna test system, it's a very popular system and present there despite the large volume of this complex. And the professional sport, which is the most interesting block for us, is the sport module. 9 tests that you see listed here. They are very interesting, they are quite complex, and the athletes that are performing them, they are under serious pressure, so it's a motivational test as well. But they do well. Sometimes they have a meltdown or breakdown, and they fail to exercise in the way what we want. And in the nearest future, we are going to have a Russian equivalent of this platform. I hope that our partners, in 3 months, they will finalize the licensing procedure, and they would start introducing these methods. And I hope that 6 months later, we are going to have 2 methods, and maybe we are going to receive this equivalent to use in our work, and then together with them, we will continue working on alternative methods, and we will continue working on expanding them so that we are able to use them in the professional sports testing. And we are preparing a platform like this currently, which is a combination of various systems, various complexes, that is going to be compact enough to be carried in a backpack, and it's going to have 5 large-scale complexes, and we would be able to carry out a wide array of tests using this one small backpack. Hopefully this panel will also be there.
So now hardware diagnostic methods for heart rate and for visual and motor reaction. So here you can see two systems. One of them is a psychophysiologist that is being made in Russia, and here we can monitor heart rate before some big sports tournaments. And the second one is Omega Dynamics from the St. Petersburg. It's a several module system that allows to get information about your functional state. It's more modern, more interesting, and in 15-20 minutes we can run a diagnostics of the entire team. So 30 people can be diagnosed within just 30 minutes or so. And now, biological feedback systems. These are systems that can be used also for correction. So here we're talking about a lot of different procedures, and we can run these procedures with putting a lot of sensors. So you can see how many sensors can be put on a person, and these sensors actually assess what's going on with that person, and the specifics of application of such systems says that a person gets different stimulus. They can be irritating or relaxing, and through that we can check his or her status, and we can change this stimulus. And thanks to this methodology, we can actually reduce the irritation to certain things. And on the right you can see a neuron spectrum system. It's a new development of the BOSS company, Neurosoft company, based off encephalographer. It's the second BOSS that is most interesting to us, and together with Neurosoft company we are rectifying this system so we can start using it for Russian national teams. And we already have a working sample, and we are hoping to finalize the trial by the end of this year. So next is Stabilon, also system designed in Taganrog, one of the most interesting appliances. However, it looks like it was designed in the Soviet Union in 1990s. What makes it interesting, it has software and a special approach, and there is a vector analysis system that is unique in the world. It is patented, it is very reliable in operation, and it allows you to run different tests. So you can diagnose different things, and it uses the three methods at the same time. It's an assessment of stability with open eyes, eyes shut, and with the target test. And then it just provides you with the integral indicators, a vector analysis, and different fields and areas of different way of works. So, for example, we used this to diagnose a functional state of different athletes, and it was quite successful. Another system that we used for correction, and it was quite interesting in terms of results, but sometimes it doesn't work. It's an audio-visual stimulation based on the rhythmic audio and visual stimulus. So you see some lights and you hear some sounds, and then the system analyzes what irritates you, what is relaxing you, and this is how we can improve the physical state of our athletes. This system was used during the Olympic Games, and in just 15 minutes we can relax an athlete if we find a quiet place. Also, this approach was very effective for sleep disorders. So when athletes are stressed before the competitions and we can't help them, we are using these hardware correction methods. So you put on glasses, and in just 28 or 30 minutes you are under the impact of this method. So you have to compete tomorrow and you don't have sleep for 2 or 3 days, and after these correction methods people fell asleep in just 15 minutes. So this is very good in terms of helping athletes to fall asleep. Of course, there are limitations related to damages of brain, epilepsy, and so on and so forth. On the right, you can see a more modern analog. It is a Linguasteam, a system designed in the St. Petersburg. Different diodes, LEDs are being used. We also can use Bluetooth connection, and we will purchase such devices. And just in front of you, software that we also can use. It appeared just recently, and thanks to our cooperation with the developer now, we can get decent results in terms of trainings of cognitive skills. There are 100 different scenarios and variations of these methods, balls and names, the search for empty spaces. So they are so numerous that I didn't even manage to see them all. And you can diversify the cognitive skills training, attention span, and many other things also can be improved with this software. And every time you will find yourself in a very complicated situation, so you will not be able to adapt in such a big number of scenarios. And the software is very easy to install, it's very simple, and it's very convenient. So that's the device that we checked just last Friday, and I added this picture this morning. It's a very heavy device, as you can see, quite bulky, but we can use it. Despite that we work in the field, we can still carry out such devices, and at training grounds there are special rooms where such devices can be installed and used for our athletes' improvements. Sometimes our Russian national team not always have a psychologist, so that's why we can use such systems to help them. We talked to developers, we gave our recommendations on how this construction can be improved, how this can be further developed. What makes it special? First, unlike Dynavision, which is quite popular in the United States, here we can see different number of lamps, and it's not just a light indicator. These are, it can be numbers, it can be letters, it can be combinations or combination of colors. But the drawback is that it's just too heavy, but it allows us to compensate this. So there are diodes that can be used for different scenarios, and they can be used to provide different stimulus to our athletes. Sometimes we can use different combinations of these stimulus, and it's very relevant when it comes to referees training, because they have to be very attentive. Sometimes they just have to rotate their heads very frequently, and you can already buy such a system. As a result of our studies, we always prepare a report like that. It's just an example of such a report that we have prepared for you. Everything actually depends on the demand or on the need, and we rely on it. And in that case, you can see that apart from individual description of certain specific conditions that we study, we also provide you with the color indication, so you can easily read this report, because some wordings are not very clear if you're not an expert. Also, we have a group comparison. So we take one group and we compare it with a different group that we study. And we can show you what indicators are different. So we also combine individual descriptions and group descriptions. It's very important when it comes to reporting. As of today, we cooperate with the Russian Ice Hockey Federation, and we provide them with the methodological recommendations, and also we provide them with the supportive information so they understand how to build better relations among referees, how this can help them, and how to make refereeing and officiating as much effective as possible. So I didn't want to join the previous discussion because otherwise we would have spent too much time on it. But still, I have to say that people who do not come along, especially when it comes to refereeing, or when it comes to a certain activity with templated actions or templated decisions, since we are talking about a template of actions that are written in a certain program that is being built over several years, people, even not compatible, can work effectively and successfully. But when it comes to a non-standard situation, when they need a dominating element, if you can't take responsibility, or they're looking for non-standard, unusual solutions, they will come out of it, and they will be less effective. Given that, is there any leader who is going to take the responsibility? The key moment is decision-making and responsibility. So when incompatible people face that problem, there will be some issues with the psychological aspects, and the less they are compatible, the more resources they will spend on problem resolution. And the price is just too high, because when we are talking about the end of the game, there are no extra resources. They will be less effective at the most critical moment. So that's why we say that you need to have resources. You need to have resources to deal with such problems. That's why we need to train. We need to train our psychology. We need to do it just the way we train our strength, our understanding of rules. Do we do it right now? Unfortunately, no. So we have Lyudmila, who can tell you more about it. So all these reports are available, and they're part of the big file for the KHL referees. I would like to say thank you to the Center of Sports Medicine, but unfortunately, these nice and beautiful things are used for Russian national teams, and our colleagues just wanted to help us, and they decided to run this service, these studies, specifically for us. So thank you very much for your presentation, but I would like to start with technical part. All these systems and hardware, they are being used, but do they actually correspond to the current needs? And are they designed in Russia, or it's still something imported from abroad? So now we focus more on Russian developers. So we have devices that have been used for 10 years, but of course we have some international or foreign systems. So this is a hardware that you will not buy every day. It's very specific, and not a lot of developers will spend money on it. With some developers, we reach a consensus because they can correct their software and they don't ask for extra money. Other companies just don't want to do it because it will be very costly for them. Well, okay, we will buy 10 or 20 systems like that, and it will not help them to return their investments. So that's why the market is so challenging. So all these things are used for rehab, for rehabilitation of those people who had a stroke. And we come to these developers and told them, what if you implement this thing? And they agreed, and now, finally, we have such a system. We don't have any problems with deficit right here, right now. We talked to Anatoly, and he also has experience of application of such systems. It will be a very good success story. And if everything goes well, there will be a huge success for everyone. And even the device that we discussed with Anatoly will be successful. There are a lot of ideas, and we are open. The problem is in the experience and implementation. The market is free, it's empty, so you can experiment with anything you want. So you also mentioned studies. We are talking a lot about personal traits of referees. And then we correlated it with the teamwork. So today there was a very good example, and someone gave us an example, like when you come to a referee and you say, how are you? And he says, well, I'm fine. And your system looks like is capable of understanding the real status of a referee. For example, if you mentally not ready, but still they will make it to the ice. So how to explain to a person if they are unwell that they can actually harm themselves? So they have a chance to officiate the 6th game of the Gagarin Cup. How to explain to such a person that it's just too much? Well, I think yes, having so many games is very dangerous. So I'm a former referee myself, and I understand that some situations are inevitable and you have to go for it. But also you need to realize that risks are increasing as well. And if it is a very responsible event, a person will do his or her best to do the job done, to have the job done. Because we need to understand that, yes, of course, you will do it, you will complete the mission, but one day you will be very exhausted, and even if you are officiating the 7th match in a row, and even if you don't break down, this person will need more time for recovery. And it will be even better to have special methods to help with recovery, with physical recovery and mental recovery. And the most important thing is to leave a certain zone or to go for a rehab somewhere. So the more the load is, the more time you will spend for recovery. It's inevitable. And I would like to add that all studies that we have carried out together with the FMBA were all about very relevant criteria for referees, like conflict resolution, stress resilience, everything that deals with the self-awareness. And the more you are aware of yourself, the more you will have control over yourself. So that's why we don't need to guide the person on a constant basis. Sometimes we don't need to have some kind of ad hoc support. So when we work even with athletes, we act like psychological coaches. So you have to put a person on a chair to show something and to say something, to explain what we are doing and why we are doing. These are just basic things. And we are just guiding a person hand by hand, and we constantly train and train. And next, if we develop a special skill, the person will have a lower risk to get damaged by something. So we need to stay close to our athletes and to help them with their mental preparation, especially when it comes to the Olympic Games. So when it comes to the Olympic Games, we helped our athletes with a lot of things like their day-to-day life, their private relations, the way they cope with the stress, and so on and so forth. So it's a very critical topic. Any questions? Yes, I have a question. So in our community, and I saw it several times, that colleagues just upload some data into the tablet without even understanding whether it helps or not. This can be used for visual reaction, for cognitive processes, or some hidden processes like peripheral vision. It's clear that all these devices and hardware require money. It's very costly, it's bulky, it's not very transportable, not very portable. Are there any mobile applications that can really help to develop visual reaction to cognitive things that will help you to unveil some hidden traits of you that will help you at least?
If these are just simple reactions, there are a lot of developing apps for the mobile phones, so they do their job, because the main thing here is the process. The more difficult the process is for you, the more developing it is for you. The fewer there are stimuli, reactions, some accomplishments. If you don't have this, then there is no progression for you, basically, and you need to understand that before the competition, to overload your nervous system, to weaken it, to drain it out of resources, I wouldn't do that, because you need to accumulate a certain resource before the competition, because you will have a chance to train, but for the day of the competition you should have your battery charged. If you will try to, like before the exam, if you try to read the entire textbook, you will just drain yourself out of this energy and you will not be able to perform at the high level. Thank you.
Хоккейное судейство, базовые типологические характеристики, аспирант кафедры физической культуры
Ice hockey refereeing, basic typological characteristics of the ice hockey referees, of the high qualification and professional ice hockey players. First of all, I would like to say the words of gratitude for the sequence of presentations that was established, because it will rid me of a number of superfluous information that my colleagues have already delivered, and now I don't have to stop at testing procedures and so on and so forth. I can only speak now, I'm able to speak now about the results, because basically my colleagues have already spoken about all the methods on behalf of the research group that you can see here on the slide. So I'm going to read a few lines now. That this is the introduction my colleagues gave to me, and then I will speak about the result. The development of the preparation system concerns the refereeing department as well. And if we speak about the modern training program for the referees, we need to say that currently we develop the personal traits of every referee to ensure that they tap into their potential and to ensure the professional longevity from the point of view of the professional development. One of the important directions is strengthening of the scientific component of the refereeing activity. It is important because we have still not resolved one of the main issues, how to make sure that the method is efficient, especially if we speak about the issue in sports refereeing. Unfortunately, there are not enough valid methods of assessing of the refereeing activity. At the same time, it is widely recognized that the success of a referee depends on the personal traits and on what is defining their behavior both during the games and off the ring. And we have established a number of assessments that were used during the training camp for the ice hockey referees, and the data that we received inspired us so much that myself and my colleagues decided to compare the characteristics of the ice hockey referees with the professional ice hockey players they are officiating. It's an ambitious goal, ambitious objective. Maybe it doesn't make much sense from the scientific point of view, but nevertheless, we have set this objective for ourselves, and in the end, I will tell you why we did this. So we have these objectives for ourselves: the temperament type, one of our colleagues have already spoken about, the nervous system properties, and the stress tolerance of the nervous system. And for that, we use a number of methods. If we have here guys who are trying themselves or are just starting, you will see QR code and you will be able to test your type. We used Ilyin tapping test that was developed in Russia, and hand-eye coordination, which is one of the complex qualities responsible for all the peculiar features of a human being. Simple, complex, and under psychological pressure is something my colleagues spoke about. And before and after high-intensity load, we are going to speak about that in more detail. The first is the icing personality inventory. We will not speak about this. We will save some time. And the second is the nervous system qualities using the tapping test. We used Russian-made devices for this, and we heard about that a lot from one of our colleagues. Tapping test is based on the tapping. All the kids here from the KHL, they appreciated how difficult this test is, and maybe some of them also spoke some bad words about myself and testing of the hand-eye coordination. This is the test that we developed ourselves. And we also, it was used in professional hockey as a warm-up system, so we were measuring speed, and the second test was a complex test, that the target color and the wrong color was used there, so the subject G had to choose the right color and make the right decision when there is some obstacle. And the third option, the most fun for the guys who were going through this test, the competitive hand-eye coordination, where tested persons competed against each other, so the same conditions as with the complex speed, but complex HAC, but now they had someone to compete with, so we added a certain degree of pressure. And here at this slide you can see the groups. As I said, we had KHL referees participating in this test with work experience no less than 5 years, and we tested also professional ice hockey players from the Continental Hockey League, and also these are international players as well. The difference was about a week between two tests, so we can say there are practically no difference. Now, for those who are present here, we have this QR code. You can scan it. So as soon as I see that you all remove your phones, I will go to the next slide. It's icing personality inventory. You can just do it in your spare time, and then you can compare the results. I'm not going to speak too much about the theory because our colleagues spoke about that already. Well, an important part that both with the professional ice hockey players and professional referees, prevailing temperament is one and the same type, which says that the typological characteristics, behavioral model in various situations is the same with the ice hockey players who are playing on the ice and professional referees. They're officiating their games. They're pretty much the same. If we go deep into temperament, it says the way a person perceives, processes, and interprets various situations is basically the same. As we said, two pretty much similar results in these two groups. If we look at this sanguine phlegmatic type, If anyone is interested, I can provide you this presentation for more theory, because we have some additional information here. But now we are not going to delve into this too deeply. But the prevailing predominant temperament type of both professional hockey players and hockey referees is sanguine phlegmatic and sanguine, so similar types. And there are more phlegmatic types among the referees rather than among the ice hockey players. And the age difference between these two groups, they did exist. So that's why we can see this difference. Now we go on to describe the types of nervous system. We use the SIGVAD, the tapping test that we've just described. In Russian language, it's also called a woodpecker. 60 seconds. You can see here a referee, and his facial expression here is he is satisfied here because he has just started, and the total amount of tapping the finger is getting really tired, and at a certain point you think, why do I have to do this? And the same thing was done by professional players. Now look at these graphs, these diagrams. Professional players and professional referees, the peaks are the same, the graphs are the same, and thus we can boldly claim, because now we have data, now we have scientific information, that the nervous system profile, if we speak about resilience, intolerance, and reaction to the workload, is pretty much the same. And we also have this evidence from these formulas, from this data. I'm not going to overburden you with this information. You can take a picture or you can follow the link. The strength index of a nervous system, its resilience to the workload, 1.07 with the players, 1.06 with the referees. It's basically the same figures. The index of endurance is 0.93 with players and 0.95 with the referees. Referees have better endurance, and the efficiency index is basically the same. As a result, as a consequence, we can say that all those things that have an impact on ability to endure the workload for longer periods of time, they are very comparable between players and referees. And strong nervous system says that when you make firm decisions, when you try to make these decisions, you still have some space for learning, for making yourself better, for all those processes that allow us, in this particular case, to become better, both for players and for the referees. Hand and eye coordination, you can see a number of pictures here. Everything was organized in a very friendly atmosphere. You can see it was next to the rink or in a hotel room, so they could do it there where they live. So what we can say from this number, that the hand-eye coordination in the simple and complex condition and competitive condition is different between the players and the referees by a very small degree, by a very small extent. The professional players, if we speak about the complex reaction, the moment when they need to make a decision, it drops bigger from their basic level than with the professional referees. At the same time, their ability to withstand the pressure under duress is almost no difference at all here. 3% and 5% of a drop. We can speak about similar results, but we went even further. We tested the hand and eye coordination before and after high-intensity workload, because we understand that the nervous system, our nervous system, is capable of withstanding the workload only until a certain moment when you are too tired, when you are fatigued. That's why we performed tests with the professional players. We measured it before and after, and we did the same with the referees. As we can see, the percentage of the improvement, no player, no referee showed speed of the hand and eye coordination rate after a high-intensity workload. It proves their good fitness, their readiness to perform this kind of work. to stay focused, to stay concentrated, and apart from that, besides that, they showed improvement. The more intensive the workload is, the better our referees and players can react to the changing situation overall, and the better and faster decisions they make. So we need to make them officiate more games. Well, I'm not going to read the conclusions because we have spoken about this before. And in conclusion, on behalf of my colleagues, I can say that this research is a pilot project. We have only started, and now we are going to perform more and more and to make new conclusions, to draw new conclusions after this season. So we need to work together as scientists, scientific groups, and all these disparate directions, disparate areas and researches, we need to put it under one umbrella. And if we're really ambitious, then we need to come up with the profile of an elite referee. And if we have a simpler goal for ourselves, then at least we need a field to train, to prepare referees in a better, in a more proper way. I'm done. Any questions, gentlemen? A small clarification. When we carried out this research, we were afraid of this age gap that was too big. Obviously, the professional referees, they were much older than the players of the professional teams. And despite this gap, I'm proud of our referees with the results they showed. I can add to this, research is part of the bigger study that we are carrying out in the physical education department, and we do it in partnership with the Continental Hockey League and the Ice Hockey Federation. And we also worked on the amateur players' profile. Why? Because their age group is 40+, because the more you are involved in your favorite activity, and ice hockey refereeing, we already heard it in the very first presentation that you should not divide ice hockey as a game and ice hockey refereeing is some separate thing. I haven't put it down for myself. I will use this quote in my next article. So it's a part of the same process, and the more you do these things that you love, then the longer you can preserve your qualities, skills when it comes to the nervous system stability and endurance. So icing everywhere, now I know. Word icing everywhere. An interesting research. Can you speak about those people who does that? These are some enthusiasts who decided to look into ice hockey refereeing somehow, or what was that? Can we go back to the slide number 1? How do I do that? I've got a remote control. Because I will just read these names and you will tell me if they're enthusiasts or not. Yasinevskaya, Nisimov, Karpushin. Enthusiasts. I think no further questions. No further questions. You should have started with this. Then this question would never existed. Any questions from the audience, friends? Has someone done the test while we were speaking here? Not yet. If there are no questions, then we move on. Thank you very much, Mr. Yezhov. And now, we are going to speak about the football referee training, the current state and the development. We are speaking about refereeing in general, and we are well aware that the football referees and ice hockey referees, they work together a lot. So I would like to introduce the next speaker, Evgeny Turbin, the FIFA VAR, the head of the FUR Academy, a PhD in pedagogy. And now I'm ready to be over with my speech. Okay, colleagues, it is a big honor for me to be the final speaker today at this conference, and I'm happy. Can you hear me? I'm happy to be part of this first historic scientific and practical conference. It's a great honor to me. Thank you. I understand that we are going to need one important quality now. Ivan mentioned this, cognitive endurance. But since we have here mostly referees present, ice hockey referees present, I think we are not going to have any issues with that. Everyone is ready for our lecture. So we are going to speak about the following things. I represent the FUR Academy, and we train the rookie referees and entry-level referees. We are going to speak about this. There are other departments in charge of the further training, but the issues that I've heard about today concerning things that are, well, there is not a program yet in accordance with the professional standards on the ice hockey referees training. So hopefully I will be able to give you some key recommendations on how it can be done, because in football we have almost resolved this issue over the last few years. So a couple of words. In accordance with the UEFA Convention, there is objective to support and improve refereeing at all levels, from primary to the highest level. That's why a lot of attention is paid to the entry-level referees. We have mentioned that there is now a professional standard. It has not been introduced that much long ago. Well, back in 2019, I think enough time has passed to think about certain things. Labor status or professional status of a specialist has been defined finally. Hence, there is one important condition: to participate in practical activities for a football referee or any other sports referee. In the official competition, one has to have professional vocational education. And if this requirement is not met, it's a violation of the Russian Federation's laws. Probably it's not being controlled too strictly. If we look at the decree of the sports ministry of the Russian Federation, we will see here a very important condition: organization of professional training of sports referees must be established, and introduction of a professional standard for sports referees. In the Russian Federation, at this initial level of the training program, there are two stages of education, of training: basic and standard. So the first stage is aimed at the basic training of the referees and officiating at the games and preparation for the officiating of the very basic level. I'm speaking about the youth competitions, first of all. Obviously, objectives here: learning the laws of the game, deep learning of the laws. Anyone can attend these courses. Most often, these are amateur players and football enthusiasts, let's call them that. The second stage is a deeper learning of the laws of the game and the specialization. Let's speak about that in more detail. At the basic training stage, there is a program of training for this stage that was developed by the FUR Academy. It's a face-to-face training in football federations, and there is a module that is now implemented in certain universities across our country. There is a distance learning program using the refereeing platform that we have developed. An important part is the practical part. When a referee for the first time enters the field, for example, this practical session on the ice is a lot like what we do during our practical sessions, working with the whistle, gestures, signals, and there is also basic principles that are used in the fitness training compartment, analysis of game situations that is now being done at the same time with the fitness training, and when we speak about various directions, areas of training, that's where we do that, and officiating at competitions as part of the training, and there is also an instructor following these games. The next stage, a deeper learning program, the FUR Academy. We also have, we pay as much attention as we can to practical refereeing. We are analyzing games. And of course, we are studying various sections of the laws of the game, and we have also a separate fitness preparation program. So what's essential here? That after successful completion of these stages at the first stage, because a referee, after the first stage, referee might finalize, complete their studies. This referee can say, I'm happy with this level, and maybe they just want to officiate amateur games, and that's okay, because regional federations might have these requirements, and they just want to complete basic education. If they want to go on, they move on to the next level, standard level, and then we are speaking about professional education, and this standard that was developed with those competencies a referee must have. We speak about the certificate on improving the qualifications, so it's an additional educational program that we have designed. And of course, we have a lot of competitions, a lot of official tournaments under FUR, Aegis 9 leagues, and these leagues are growing bigger and bigger with each year. If we speak about who we have in our academy right now, there is a demand in more referees, but currently we can cover, well, we do not have a very big deficit of the referees currently because we have developed this program. It is being implemented quite successfully. You can take a look at the number of attendees. So we have 1,390 people attending this program. And the second stage are the referees who want to become professional referees to officiate professional games. 357 referees. We pay a lot of attention to female referees. We have a separate youth league competitions for the young girls. So we pay a lot of attention to selecting and to retaining the female referees as well. And we have a department that is concentrated on referee training. There are various areas that are developed. And you can see here the employees that are in charge of these areas. And here I would like to say that apart from the fact that we have these employees, we also have those who help them. 53 people are the so-called coordinators and regional instructors, and each of them locally, regionally, they do not just work as people who select and recruit and retain referees. They are working under the program that we are delivering to them. So you can see here the instructors and coordinators who are responsible for this program. And then you can see here the names of the cities. These are regional instructors that work there. And currently we help this line of command, chain of command for the referee training, professional referee training. We have an open call for anyone who wants to join, so we can you can follow this link because you can learn all the information from there. Anyone can apply for the education, and a regional instructor would contact those who applied for this education course. And this is the path that every referee follows. The basic stage, everything is being controlled by our department, and every referee who gets into the system, who gets registered, they move up this tree. There is a full data of how they perform all their educational activities. So the basic stage is 4 months, then practice in the regional competitions. After every stage, we have control events, laws of the game testing, and fitness testing. So those of them who successfully pass the basic stage and they want to move on with their education, they get to the second stage and they get additional professional vocational education in accordance with the standards that already exist. This education takes 5 months, and then the person who passed these 2 stages of education, they become a contender to become a referee to officiate official competitions, youth league competitions. It's one of the conditions. Those who did not pass the education, they will not be added to the list of referees officiating this competition. Then there is a further development, youth competitions, youth leagues, under 23 football league, where they already have professional players who are getting practice there. And at the same time, there is the professional growth from the point of view of competitions in the women's tournaments as well. And in parallel to that, in accordance with the standards or the conditions set by the sports ministry, they are acquiring certain categories from category 1, and in the end you can see you can become a category 1 referee. After that, a referee that passed all these stages successfully, they are added to the list, and they can become referees at the professional competition. This is the structure that is being implemented right now and works quite well. So the objective that we have set for ourselves to improve the system of the entry-level referee training for qualitative and quantitative changes in the recruitment, training, and retention of referees. And all these objectives, they were met, they were fulfilled. I'm not going to read all of it aloud. So, how do we resolve the issue when we have a young person, maybe a school student or a university student? There are some difficulties with this additional vocational education when the students are able to receive it. And as I said, every referee is added to the register of the FUR Academy, so after they graduate from their university, they can receive this additional education, and most importantly, they can receive a certificate after they pass these education activities. And in the academy, there is a license that ensures continuous professional development of a football referee within our structure. Standardization and streamlining of the FUR educational activities and raising the prestige of regional federations to optimize competition activities. And we have managed to resolve the following issues that existed before we have implemented this new approach, where the work on the regional level was being done with the help of enthusiasts. It was never controlled by anyone, because the main goal was just to have enough referees to officiate at the competitions. Next, it was not really clear how a referee gets promoted from one level to another. There were complications in this regard. You can read about this here. And there are various things that were difficult to control, or the promotion mechanisms were not transparent and clear. As of today, in the FUR Academy, we have resolved the following important tasks. Across the country, we are recruiting the attendees for the first stage of education, and we have one uniform methodology for referee training, rookie referee training, and we also use regional instructors to carry out these activities. Among the referees and assistant referees, the official level, we only have referees who have successfully passed the 2 stages of education, and we also have an additional source of new referee talents in using these classes of football in schools and football in universities. So briefly, that's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turbin. It was very interesting to listen to you. Please tell me how many applications you get and how many enthusiasts are there who would like to become a football referee. So there were some stats, and according to latest data, it was around 1,500 people. 1,500 people of initial applications. So there was a question how to become a football referee. So I showed you that link. It's not a big deal. You don't need to copy it. You just can type in any search engine how to become a football referee, and you will see that link. So you showed a number of applicants, 1,500 people across Russia. So do they study all together? Is it online, offline? Do they come over to you? So it's a regional instructor that controls everything. They contact them. They have a program. They can use a remote education for online studies. So regional instructors just guide you with that. And the only difficult thing is how to retain enthusiasts. So we need to find the right motivation, we need to appoint people to their first matches, and we need to provide them with support. And can you tell us more about education in the academy? What's the main focus? So as I told you, on the first stage, it's understanding the rules, constant testing and monitoring of these activities. On a monthly basis, we have reports from these instructors, and everything is under control, everything is transparent and clear. Another important thing is that referees go to the football pitch right after first classes, so they have special training program on the pitch, because you can understand the level of stress that they endure, and when you make it for the first time as a referee, you find yourself under huge pressure and huge stress, and this can actually have a very big impact on your further career. So first theory, then practice. So in hockey it's all about skating, but in football it's all about theory, yes. At the initial stage it's all about theory, that helps a lot. So initial stage is free of charge, is it true? So everything is free of charge, as for now. So we have support and financial support from the Russian Football Union. And second moment, if you would like to become a professional referee, it's free of charge as well. So yes, and I think that the motivation should be as high as possible, because at the level of first matches, when they get appointed, they're getting paid, they get their salary for their first matches. So they don't pay for education, and then they even get money for their work. It's like a new profession for them. So you can use this for your educational activities as well. If I would like to be a top-notch referee, I should obligatory have to go through the academy stages, or there are other options how I can become the elite referee. So any referee who would like to become a professional referee should go through the grid of professional tournaments, which takes up to 10 years. So there are matches for everyone, and we have an opportunity to check everyone. And they need to understand how Youth League and Football National League and Russian Premier League are designed. Do you have enough referees to serve so many football matches? And do you take into account the human factor, like maybe we need to increase the number of referees or the number of matches, or we should change the cup format. So as for now, we have a very simple recruitment process. So we have a very big competition to officiate youth league, which is the last stage before entering the professional football. So that's why we have enough referees for that. And we select the best of the best. So what football referees can take from hockey referees? Did you take anything away from the conference or in general? So as I said, if you change a title of the conference, and if we call it football referee in scientific and practical conference, I can tell you that 90% of the content will be the same. It is the same. And talking about strength training, I was surprised that the data are the same. So because football referees have the same mileage in terms of how much they run. So the systems are very similar as well. So I think that we need to cooperate more. And I think it will be just beneficial for the entire Russian sport. I have a question from myself. Tell me, what is the natural position of a hand? Yes, it's a provocating question. I already heard it. So, if you would like to really deep dive into that matter, you need to submit an application to the Russian Football Union Academy, and I will tell you everything about it. Any questions from the audience? Is there any minimum age? So nowadays we have 14-year-old attendees, so that's the minimum age. And in terms of our programs, so formally they cannot get a certificate of the advanced training, but once they are old enough, they will get this document, but they will already have knowledge in their heads. All regional tournaments like Championship of the city or of the region, they only are officiated by those who have certificates and who studied in the football academy. Unfortunately, no. Academy is just a foundation. It's a way to start your football referee career. We have a demand from the federation to prepare referees who will only officiate their internal regional competitions. These are just people who are football enthusiasts, they're passionate about the game, they went through the second stage, but they failed the tests. Well, there is no problem. We can send them to the regional federations, they will serve this mission, and they are having fun. It's one of the tasks of our academy. So I think that the critics is the same. How do you decide? So, for example, if you get a question, did the referee was correct or not, was the referee ready or not, so how you decide on that, and how do you cooperate with referees outside of your pool who didn't pass through your education? Those who are in our registry and who officiate our competitions, they stay in contact not only with the coordinator, but also once in 2 weeks they have debriefings on their matches. We have very active regional representatives, and they work with each referee on an individual basis, so they are not lost. They are under constant control. During the pre-season, we arrange even training camps for them. There were 2 camps, and there will be the 3rd one for the entry level. As for lower competitions, so of course there are some complaints about refereeing, so some we consider, some we discard. But it's not up to us to work in that format. Our goal is to prepare referees. So out of 10 people who studied in our Academy 9 became professional referees. Tell me, please. So when we have a regular championship, not a professional, but a regional competition, so what is the biggest number of games? Do you officiate only during the weekends? Yes, they work only during weekends. I think that Moscow is the most demanding region now. St. Petersburg, Northwest region. So if we take the Moscow case, is it voluminous? So the Russian Football Federation is interested, a good federation who sees some prospects. They want them to officiate our competitions. If they are not busy, they can be sent to other tournaments. So how many games do they officiate? So how many games are there in the Moscow region officiated by your referees? So in total in Moscow or in any other city like St. Petersburg? I can't tell you exactly, it's just a huge number of matches, more than 500 I believe. So I don't have any connections with the Moscow Football Federation, so that's why I can't give you any information on that. If you are talking about load on referees, if you're a successful referee, if you have good marks, and we see that he's promising, he will officiate 3 or 4 matches per month. We don't have any more. Are we talking about children tournaments? Yes, I'm talking about children tournaments. So one game per week with away games? No, it is prohibited. I already heard that just a fantastic volume, like 62 games, given that you need to travel. It's just unbelievable. You need something extra apart from cognitive endurance. You have to be a superman to officiate so many matches. So Moscow competition is not just about little kids running on the pitch. No, we have kids, referees who are officiating at this level and they make money out of it and they are okay. I'm talking about normal games. And with those requirements that we have towards referees, they will not be able to officiate more than just one game per week. So another question, do you have a pool of referees who officiate the Russian Professional Football League, let's say 20 of them? But how can I get into this pool? If I'm a promising referee, how can I get inside this pool? Someone should relegate? So you mentioned professional pool. We are working at the amateur level, up to 2nd division. And the rotation is very simple. You work on the pitch. We have that condition, that requirement that we introduced just recently. So if you come to the first stage and everything is okay, everything is successful, you are promising, in 1 year you can start officiating the maximum division, youth football league. And if you're successful in the youth football league, you see, and people see that you are good, you can move forward. So yes, I heard that story about facing the diamond. In football, we also have it. We are looking for these stars. So just like in hockey, it's it's actually like a piece goods, so we don't have thousands of promising referees. So all referees that come to your system, they are all in the registry. They have different categories from the lowest to highest. So it's very strict, because these categories can only be assigned by regional federations. So it's like first category, sometimes second category. Are there any referees that officiate other competitions not under your auspices and they don't have a category? And So nowadays, the requirement from the Ministry of Sport of obtaining the category, so even if you are a FIFA category referee, you are officiating abroad, but sometimes they don't have a category in Russia, so that's the problem. The problem that the system that we are building right now is quite challenging. We need to find the right track. So first you have to obtain a category, then educate more, then get the second category, and step by step. And so yeah, and also it's a problem of control. But I'm talking about your level, grassroots, children football. Are there any competitions that are being held not under the auspices of the Russian Football Union? Of course, there are. Regional federations arrange a lot of different matches and competitions. And are there any referees without categories? Yes, it is possible. There are no requirements in terms of categories. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was Yevgeny Turbin, and that was the final presenter of our today's conference. 7 hours passed so quickly because it was so interesting and so fascinating, and I think that the first all-Russian referee scientific and practical conference with international participation was a huge success. We exchanged experience. And I think we got plenty of helpful information. And that's it in terms of presentations. Are there anyone who would like to add something? So there are no volunteers to speak out. So in that case, thank you a lot for your participation. In just 1 hour, there will be Metalurg against Automobilists game. And